Do we need more push-ups, or we need to be a bit relaxed? Eh? Today is the last day of heavy push-ups. Tomorrow we have some more push-ups. They're not heavy. Okay. So looking into the feedback, we've seen that we need more practice in automation. Okay. So we first of all we see people who, of course, we all still struggle with Jira, but if you have specific questions about Jira, we start with those, and then we go to general questions. Then we will also look into another simple automation tool. Okay. Anyone with specific questions on Jira? Maybe you did some practice and you are struggling somewhere. None? Who practiced a bit on Jira after last weekend session? You? Anyone else? Anyone else practiced Jira? People, anyone practiced Jira? Did anyone from online practice Jira during the week? I got stuck to a point where, yeah, we surely need more exercise on Jira, right? I got stuck at the point where I was focused on team members. Anyone else? Yes, Cyrus, we've seen your challenge.
Automation, we started creating automation, but we don't know. We know where it started from, but we don't know where it ends.
The process. Okay.
The process, and when you complete it and you say that it is automated.
Okay. So automation, assigning people tasks. What else? Because Jira is huge, right?
Yeah. But you can at least have the simple one. To have the start and end.
Like an end-to-end exercise from start to, yeah. Okay, so automation and assigning, we are going to look into those two. and then a few more tips. Okay, with Jira.
What I want to add something. You know, for Jira, you know, we've had a group work where we were having among the team the reporter and the assignee. We practiced so that everyone understands how to do so.
Yeah.
But for automation, we didn't do group work. Probably that's why we didn't understand.
So we need group work on
Yeah,
automation.
probably. So that we do
Okay.
it in real life.
In real life.
I automate for someone, then it shows me that.
Show a notification. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, that's good feedback. So what we are going to do is we are going to look again into automation and assigning people. Then we'll practice in groups, in our groups, as a continuation to where we were last time. Right? Okay. Yeah.
There is another suggestion.
Yes.
Since we have other sessions to cover, what if we cover the new courses or new sessions? Then tomorrow make it for the recap. Yes, recap of what we are not understanding well. The whole day of tomorrow. Or we have another plan that we don't know. But I think we may focus on what we learned previously, and we have no other time to learn new things. Yet we need more than what we got. As far as Ben showed on the WhatsApp, that there, it's interesting. So I think it's
actually.
So you want?
I support that because actually the problem I think we may be having is that we don't do many practices.
Correct.
So we may be coming back to the exercise, but tomorrow if you come back and ask, do you still have issues regarding automation?
Some of us have.
Of course, yeah, of course, for sure. So my suggestion, as my colleague says, is to try to cover as much as we can. Then we need, individually, we need to be responsible for ourselves. I try to make practice. There is a video that is on YouTube. You can go and rely there. There are facilitators here. When you get stuck, you can contact. I think for me, I need to get more tools that can help me, because I'm worried that maybe tomorrow, when we get there, we may miss so much to cover due to the lack of time. So that's why I'm supporting this guy.
So we cover new things.
Yes.
Then tomorrow we do practice.
As much as we can.
And even the program, if the new program is short, can we concentrate in the morning, then after we can work on the research after. Because probably we are showing that we are stuck on automation in Nigeria, but we also have other issues on probably make.
Sure.
Yes. So we can focus on the gaps that we have in what we covered by.
Okay, so let's let's do this, okay? Let us do, because that's why I was asking who practice. Tuvugishije ukuri. Tuvugishije ukuri. Eh?
For me, for sure, I
Okay.
but I
Yeah.
was stuck. When you start somewhere, you say, let me stop by here because it's where you can go far.
Yeah.
Then you will
Yeah. So to be honest, there is what we can do here, but still, like you said, even if we look into everything here and you don't practice, tomorrow you won't remember what we did.
For sure.
Okay,
For sure.
that's a fact. So even tomorrow, even if we do a recap, someone will go and wait for the recap. After the recap, again, you need another recap, right?
Yeah, sure.
So the most, of course, we can do it with supports us in learning, but the most important thing is personal. Because last time, if you remember, I gave an exercise on make to practice during. I gave you 2 exercises, one basic one, and if you practiced enough, you go to the advanced one. And to be honest, who did any one of those 2 exercises? You get that means if I opened make here, nobody would
You
even
can
remember
spend the whole day.
the whole day. It's like starting from scratch.
Maybe to add something, for me, actually, to be here, what is important for me is to have got this chance to be here.
Yeah.
Going back home, if I try to practice, at least I have the contact of my colleagues. We can interact. Maybe handle Fabrice, because Fabrice.
Yeah.
Jewe rwose niba mfite iyi networking byibuze nzi ngo icyo nshaka nagishakira aha jewe rwose ibyo ngibyo ndumva ari byo
Urumva ko dufite na learning goals zitandukanye.
Yeah, of course, being here, we are known that these things exist. There is a time I didn't know that, for example, the best tool that I like is that one of notebook.
Yes,
that is, but it is easy and it is helpful.
Yeah,
So
sure.
knowing it is there, more practice, I can go, but I cannot check the tutorial.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Tutorials are there.
Sure.
And it is good.
Do we all agree with that?
Yeah.
Knowing that it exists.
At least for me that is enough.
Enough. Okay. So what we are going to do? We're not going. Of course, let's do a quick recap, very short recap on what. Of course, I know there are things we didn't see. I know we did look into Jira. So mumenye ko bihari nabyo. Right? We do a small practice. Mumenye ko bihari. Then we do another tool.
Yeah.
Yo iri na sibu umenye ko ihari. I know there are a few use cases here. Hari abantu twavuganye last time bayikoresha iyo tool bambwiye ibibazo bakeneye ko automate. And then mumenye ko bihari. Yes.
The other fix is to concretize this training to run this training to the project management
Yeah.
in global way. So we are applying the tools, but you have to understand how a project manager can use these tools for what and how this can be used.
Okay.
Yeah.
For Jira, if there is a tool that is well tailored with project management, I think Jira is the best of all. But also other automation tools, you can use them. We will see. You can use them in HR, in recruitment, in marketing, in managing your work, in managing your projects. Okay. So let's do a short recap. Mbereke n'ibintu muri Jira tutarebye, just for you to know that they exist. And then you also do a bit of practice. Maybe if Bernard allows, tomorrow morning we can do, as you suggested, we do a quick recap from ChatGPT, from prompting to make to Jira, to all other tools, like a quick recap. Then we go to other platforms, right? Kugira ngo byibuze wa mugani uzawe uzi ngo nkeneye iki nagishakira nkeneki nagishakira nkeneki nagishakira other than kuba masters in all of you cannot be masters in all of them. Okay, yeah, that's a good plan. Okay, let's go back to Jira a bit, to our project, Data Plus. No, the other one, the one we did in groups. Are we all there? So, okay. Assigning. I hope even people online are. Sorry, this thing is distracting. What's happening? So, okay. So we are going to look into how to assign people. So first of all, it's just like a short recap, okay? First of all, now you can see I'm in my Jira workspace, okay? If someone shared with you, if you look in the link, are we all into our Jira? Can we see this link here?
I don't see.
Of our own Jira.
You don't see the link? Or your name?
We are on other projects.
You're on someone else's project. So the first thing, you have to make sure that you are in your project. Or of course, if you're into someone's team, that's also fine. You're collaborating, but you need to know where you are. Okay. So if you're not in your own project, of course, there are things you cannot do. So just first make sure that you are now that ahongaho umenye ko you are into someone else's workspace, which is okay. They invited you in their team. So there are things, as we saw, there are things you cannot do with someone, or you should not try to do them. Okay, right? You should not try to do. First, make sure you go into your own workspace. So if you look, I am in my own workspace. Are we all in our own workspace?
Yes.
Okay, so I am in my workspace. You went to your workspace, right? Yeah. So here uri muri workspace.
Excuse me.
Yes.
If I am a member on this project, how can I get to that project?
Good.
Actually, I thought that when you enter in Jira, you could be able to look all the projects you are related to.
Exactly. Yeah, you can. So I'm going to show you. So first of all, you are in your project or someone else's project. So when maybe someone has invited me, I have my own workspace. I'm in team data science. I'm in team marketing. I'm in team HR. Those are 3 different teams. So how do I do it? You come here to Jira. You go like it's your home page. Okay. So you can see your recent spaces. Okay. If it's not among, so you can see on your home page. On your home page, you can see there's recent workspaces. Okay. You can see what you've worked on in the last week. You can see what you viewed. Okay. You can see what has been assigned to you. Okay. You can see all the boards here. Okay. So I have these. If you invited me, you can see. I can if you're in a different team, if you're in another team, you can see all the boards associated with you here. Or you can also come and view all workspaces. So if someone also, if you're in another team, you should see all your projects here. Okay? And you can see the link. If it's not you, you can see who invited you. Okay? So if you want to navigate through all your projects, you come here at home. Okay? Then you can view all the workspaces associated to you or assigned to you. Correct? Wazibonye n'umuntu wakwivayitinze, you can see yours and which ones you've been invited to. Okay? So what else? So I'm going to enter this. Okay? This is my own project. You can also use yours, right? So someone asked, how do I assign some? As we saw, everything here, you can change it. If it is your own. If it's not, please, umuntu yakoze amakosa akaguha permissions that are beyond what you need to do, you're supposed to do. Do them a favor and don't do what you're not supposed to do, right? It's like I'm your neighbor or I'm your colleague at office, right? Then I leave my keys here on the table. Then you come pick them and open my drawer and start doing my work. You start looking into the files, okay? It's not good, right? So if you're into someone else's workspace, new Mamvu, I am showing you here. First, make sure that everything you're doing, you are here, you know where you are, because someone might do a mistake. When you give someone extra permissions, then they enter into your workspace, they do a lot of things. When the needs, right? And you find out that they've changed.
Excuse me, sir, you're not showing us anything on that online team.
Maybe it's your internet. Yeah, it's their internet because everyone else sees the screen. It's your internet, sir. Okay, so you get the point, right? Of making sure you're in your workspace. Bigufasha, not tampering with someone else's work. Okay, if you find that this is not your name, you know that is not your workspace. Maybe you are part of the team. Correct? So what we are going to do, we are going to try to assign, so you can change everything. If you see here, you can remove this column, you can move it, you can literally do everything, as long as it's yours. Again, even if you are able to do it, but if you're not in your workspace, please don't try to do it. That means they made a mistake and gave you extra permissions of editing. Okay. So I can move, for instance, I can move to the left, this to the right. That means it comes from assignee past status. So if I move it to the right, you see status comes first. Okay. I can also delete it. Okay. I can move it to the first position or to the last position. So you can change everything. So here, if it's assignee, I can also should be able to rename this. Maybe it's because, but I can't. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to I only have grade. Okay, I'll change. So you can, if you want to assign it to someone, you see I'm assigning it, but you should also this. So let's say you have, because for instance, Tunsime is not the only person that I have in my workspace. So why is it that he's the only one coming? Okay. So if you're not sure why, but I know there is. Let me see. Oh. So I have Alexi, I have Madeleine, I have okay. And they are all members. Well, let me just make them viewers. So let me make them all viewers. Now let me just make them. Then I come here. You can see now they are all there. Why? I had not added them as members to my team, my workspace, right? The Omanvu I was looking into here, then I had only one member. Okay. So if you want to add someone new, to assign it to someone new, first of all, as you know, you cannot assign someone who is not on Jira, because the connection between Jira, that's one. Okay. So, but being on Jira, what does it mean? It's basically you can invite them. It's not like they always have to go and create a new account. No, you can just invite them. They get a link to their email. For instance, let me do something here. I need the people. So I can add people. Let me add a new person who is not on Jira. And that is as a member, so that I want to assign them some task. So you have added one person, and one new license has been added to Jira. What does this mean? Right? Jira, if you look into Jira pricing, ranges with enterprise pricing available on request. Okay, so users free plan, you can have up to 10 users. Okay, just 10. So that's why here, Bambiengo, you have added one person to your workspace and a new license has been added to Jira. That means as the number increases of assignees to the maximum of 10, you cannot add an 11th if you're using the free plan. Because I don't want to come here and tell you that everything is fine. You go and try to add 40 people, it doesn't work. And then, so the way it works is every software is paid for, but also most of the softwares have a free version. So, but for free, you cannot use it like for the whole company. So here they are telling me one new person in the working space has been added to my space, and a new license has been added to Jira. Okay? If I'm to pay for them, they know that I'll need to pay, and they're telling me this is new to Jira. I wanted to show you can invite someone like literally out of nowhere. So what they do, they come here. Let me go to my email. You are trying to invite people. So Jira has texted me, and it has said, "Hi." Oh, sorry, no. Oh yeah. Oh, there is an automation. Yeah, this is an automation. Okay, so we have an automation here. That's why. I'm also wondering. You remember the other time, around a welcome to Musime, I added myself here. So for instance, we have an automation at 9:55. So what happened is, here, when I moved to Musime and I added myself here, even I believe, for instance, Alex, if you check, you will get an email. Okay? We already have an automation. I had forgotten about the automation that we have, and it's active. Okay? So, Ariko, that's a different email. The email, oh wait, I'm actually, yeah. So I sent it to Alexis and CC'd me. That's the automation. Let's forget about it for once, okay? But this is my new email. Yeah, it's a different email. So I am totally new to Jira, and someone invited me. Now they've sent me this from Atlassian. They're telling me you've been invited to join your team in Jira. What's Jira? So accept it. I didn't have a Jira account with this email. I have a different email. So while they tell me, I come in here, then I'm prompted to log in. So they emailed me a code. It's here. You can totally invite someone new. So I come, you verify, then you join the team. So here they are setting up my account. Continue with, you see, you can invite someone. So yeah, this is the automation that is working. Yeah, I need to disable it. mwabibonye, you can invite someone like totally. Urabona, I am setting up a new account. I'm invited to set up a new account because I've been invited to join Jira. So it's not like umuntu agomba kubanza they open up a Jira account, then they give you. Just use their email, they get an invitation, get guided, and after for instance, let me just do this. After I complete this, I am now inside the project which I was invited to. And so you can see, ahita yinjiramo, then they see everything. Okay, question. Yeah, you had a question. Yeah.
Maybe I think we lack theory because this is practical, and the whole reason of AI is to facilitate work, to make work simple.
Yeah.
If there is a lot about Jira, and as a project manager, I also have to teach people about all of it. So maybe you can have a little bit of theory, Jira. For maybe this practical, you can learn from YouTube or use AI to get how to know Jira. Because we also need to have the final result. If organize our work, is Jira going to be able to get the feedback of a certain project that you've been working on? Or is it just sending task, you receive an email, your project.
Yeah. That's good. So you see, sometimes there are trade-offs, right? Because for last, let's say, trainings, we had a bit of a lot of theory, right? Which is very good. It gives you a fundamental understanding of what you're going to do, correct? But then with this training, if you remember when we did the survey, also with the other cohort, found that we needed more practice. That means there wasn't enough time for theory. We wanted practice. So what we can do, we will be sharing notes, the theoretical part, okay? Share notes which you can read and understand what Jira does, how does it do, even things that we cannot practice, right? So that we get a chance here to practice just the basics. Then after that, we provide the notes, then you go through the notes, understand the theory part, right? Because we are always adjusting. So last time we were doing a bit of theory, but then people wanted practice. Okay? A lot of practice, because we understand it's hard to go on your own and do a lot of practice, especially when it's totally new. Maybe you can use the notes that we'll share later, and then now with the practice in mind, you can connect them. Okay. So we have seen how to.
So even if I have received the email, but I am not receiving the space.
Yeah, I have not invited you. So for you, it's an automation that you already are part of the team. It's not like I was inviting you. Look, I had forgotten your automation. Then I on your email, it's not like I was inviting you to Jira. You're already part of Jira. Right? That was an automation because it cannot come because I have disabled it. But if you're new to Jira and someone invites you, they give you a link, and then you automatically go to that workspace you're invited to. For you, that means you're already part of the workspace. So the one who asked, Cyrus, I believe you've seen how to invite someone, to add someone as a signee, correct? Okay. So the second thing we want to look into is automation. So I already have a few automations here. So what is automation? Again, automation, like we saw last time, is so you are doing this, right? Assigning people, sending emails. Okay. So you find that it's not like it's something you can you cannot start with an automation. Okay. Ideally, what you do in the first place, you need to have what you are working with. Automation is used to make sure that you run repetitive tasks. Then you give them to a machine, it runs it for you. Okay? So you cannot start with automation. Automations come later in your workspace. You get? So you have everything set up. Okay? You have everything set up. I would say manually. Let's call it manually. Okay? Then you always need to, for instance, if you assign someone, you need to remind them, or they need to go and check here notifications, right? If you need to give someone feedback, you need to go and text. If you need to acknowledge someone has given you a report, you need to go and type. So that is something you repeatedly do every time someone is updating you, and you need every time to go and text. So what automation does, it now gets all those repetitive tasks, it does it for you. The system does it for you, okay? Instead of you managing that. So the first step is having your work set up like this. Then after that, you see what repetitive tasks you always have to work on, okay? For instance, do I always have to come and give everyone feedback? Maybe yes, maybe no. If you find that you need to always, you can maybe provide general feedback, you can automate that. Okay. So automation comes after you have set up everything. Correct? Try automation, why it's needed and when. Okay. So to be honest, it's not like every work needs to be automated. Correct? You automate something that you repeatedly want to do. Okay? Before we do the automation. Do we all get the essence of automation, right?
Question.
Yes.
So does it mean that automation is not compulsory?
It's not. Totally not. Okay? It's compulsory depending on your needs. So that question is subjective. It could be compulsory to me depending on what I do, and it's not compulsory to you. And by the way, if you look into it, also costly. Running all these automation, they cost money if you have a big organization. So the best thing to do is first do the manual work. Then if you see something needs to be repeated every day, that means you need an automation. If you feel like it's something you do maybe today, then tomorrow you don't need it, then so you would be wasting your money by automating it. Okay. But they are needed, of course, because in the ideal world, most of the things are repetitive and we want to be efficient. So that's where they come in. But it's not like it's a must. If I am to do this, I need to do automation. Okay? It's needed where repetitive tasks are needed. So let's say, for instance, okay, for instance, I want to see something. One of the most important things is maybe knowing something that are urgent, for instance. Okay, it's a serious, I would say it's a serious business need. There are a lot of tasks, and maybe sometimes the team lags behind with delivering, and you need to know who is always lagging behind, maybe. And it's something that you need like almost every day to know who is lagging behind, or every week to know who is lagging behind in project implementation. So that is something where you need, okay, I don't want to always come and see this. No, I need something that will always inform me that this person, without even going to check on Jira. So that there, you need an automation. Okay, why? Because it's very important. And again, you need regular updates of that. That's where you need an automation. So let's try something like that. So I had an automation that was working. So we are going to look into how now do you set up automation. So the first step is, of course, knowing what you want to automate and why. Okay. All these, of course, I'll tell you that, okay, go do automations. But to be honest, business-wise, it's not like it's always an urgent need to do automation. Okay. And you will see, if we go to the pricing, if you run a lot of automations, like hundreds of automation, it costs money. So what you do, if you now have, okay, so on the other assignment that we did in groups, can someone tell me, based on the work that we are doing, which task would need automation? So here we had an example of a simple automation. We needed to notify Brigitte or one of our assignees for high priority tasks. Okay, so that means if a task is created and priority is high, send them a notification. Maybe for our business, this is what Brigitte is an important employee who works on a lot of tasks, and sometimes high priority tasks ziramuchika and ziri very urgent. So you need to always keep them alert. Okay, for the case of this business, KFG, maybe this is important business-wise. A second one, assign unassigned work. Okay, so with automations, how do automations work? So you've seen you now have a workflow, and some of the tasks need frequent access. So there you need automation. Because when you need automation, right? Correct? So the second step after knowing that automation, how does an automation work? There is what is called a trigger. Okay. A trigger is what happens so we have a trigger. Okay. A trigger nk'uko mubizi imbarutso. What should happen to make sure that something else happens? For instance, if Brigitte receives a high priority task, that is a trigger. If they assign a high priority task, that's a trigger. Because there are a lot of things that maybe she receives a lot of tasks, including low priority tasks. So low priority tasks are not triggers, okay? But high priority tasks are triggers, right? Correct? So you need a trigger. You need to have a trigger. What should happen so that another action is taken? You get? Okay. So just like an alarm, what happens? Maybe a fire alarm. A trigger is there is fire. And maybe for advanced alarms, it automatically triggers an alarm. If no fire or smoke detected, no sound. Okay. Even yeah. So even here, once Brigitte receives a high important task, that is the trigger. Then after the trigger, we have action as a result of the trigger. Okay? As a result of a trigger, we have an action. Something is done. Okay? You need to do an action. Okay. But between trigger and action, there could be what we call conditions. Okay? For instance, with the example of a fire alarm, smoke is detected. Okay? But maybe not all smoke is dangerous. So you add a condition before taking action. You say maybe this smoke is, I don't know how they measure the quantity of smoke.
There is a setting set when you are when it is a detecting the smoke. Yeah. So there is a degree where you can detect when you start by alarming.
Exactly. So that is a condition. You say maybe we have smoke, but this smoke is not dangerous. Maybe it's from a phone battery that has busted. It's not dangerous. If it's not dangerous, no action taken. If it's dangerous, it's maybe beyond room temperature. That's a problem. Trigger the alarm. Why? First of all, that is business. You don't always have, because everything that gives you value is also costly, right? You don't have to always fire alarms or trigger alarms. So now you need to do a bit of conditions to make sure that you are addressing a specific problem. You get? So you could go straight from trigger to action, but that is costly and you don't always need that. Everything that happens, you also add a few conditions to make sure that you are addressing a specific problem. So hano ushobora kongeramo conditions. Okay? You could have zero condition, but you could also have multiple conditions. Turabyumva hano how an automation works, right? So we are going to go to the process of an automation. So there are two steps. Sityo. One, we need to first know what specific task we need to automate. First of all, it should be repetitive. Second, it should be important. Actually, first it should be important, then second, it should be repetitive. Okay? So we have chosen for our exercise, Brigitte, if they set high priority tasks. So that is an important task, okay? Brigitte receives high priority tasks and they receive them every day. So that means we need to always track all those important tasks. So the first step is you need a trigger, okay? Trigger, what trigger a task is created, that is a trigger. Iconogo, it's a trigger, there is also a condition. So if we skip this condition, that means every time any task is created, we will be informing Brigitte, but that's not what we want. We want that for specific tasks, that's when we inform them automatically. You get? That's why we add this condition that it must have a high priority. You get? Then action, send them a notification. Here you choose what kind of notification. Is it email? Is it a Slack notification? Is it on Teams? Is it on whatever? It depends on what you use. Okay. Handle here together. Okay. So we are going to try to say, for me, I do not have Brigitte. I believe you also do not have Brigitte. But I have a few people that I work with here. Okay, if I go to my list, I have Alexis and I also have other people. Okay, so we are going, the first step is look into the trigger. The task is, so how do we set that? First, by the way, this, so you can see, I'm not in my, I'm using, so this is not it. Okay, so I have a few people here. So who is our Brigitte? Let's say our Brigitte is Alexis. Every time we assign Alexis, for me, you can choose someone else for you. Every time I assign Alexis a high priority, let's see, do we have priority? Yes. Every time we set them a high priority task, what will happen? They'll get some notification. If we assign them a different priority, let's say low, they won't. So kugira ngo wenda I show you end to end, I'm not going to use Alex. I have two people here. So that you don't think I'm scamming you, okay? I have two user accounts. Or maybe let's use Alex, okay? Let's use Alex. So we are going to set up automation. The automation tab is yeah, something must have went wrong. I was looking, okay, no. There's a problem, I don't know why. You also have the same problem. Because I cannot, there are things I can't see. Like the automation thing must be. You also have so usually we have something else. But I can also still go. Am I using the correct? Oh no, I'm not using the correct. But when I was into someone else's Jira account. But when there are things you cannot do within the account. So I was using two different emails, and it had started to confuse me. But I just realized I was in a different email. So let me verify. Yeah, this is the correct. So if I come here, I should see the automation thing here. Now, why it's important to know where you are working from. Can you see this icon here, everyone? On your end. Okay, so here I have automation. There is also another, so this is a shortcut. You can still go to your project, to your workspace settings, and you can see automation. Okay? You can go back home if you want to do automation in that workspace. This icon we want that it's written automation. So you can click here and go to automation, create automation or manage automation. You can also do a long process, go to space settings, then automation. And so I have a few automations, okay? We have priority tasks. Okay, I already have such an automation, but I'm going to disable it. So for you, you do not have this, right? Do you? So to create an automation, you click here, create flow. So we are going to create a new automation. Let's create it from scratch. You can see the first step they are telling us is add a trigger. Okay, what is our trigger? Our trigger is once in my case, once Alex gets assigned to a task, okay? So this is your workspace. I know you can drag and drop things. It's small here, okay? You can even come, I believe, it's just drag and drop. But we are going to add a trigger, an event that triggers the flow to run. Silvio, so what did we say the trigger is here? What did we say the trigger is? Pre-case yard. What did we say the trigger is? We forgot it.
You see, the trigger is the high priority task. I said you need to Bridget.
So the trigger is so in our case, we said it, but you've added the condition. The trigger is Bridget is assigned a task. Okay. So that means when a task is assigned to who? To Bridget. That is a trigger. Every time we assign, will you keep quarter behind the scene? Every time we assign Bridget, the automation runs. But it finds that that's not a high priority task. The condition, it just stops. I'm going to show you. So task assigned or work item. You remember in Jira, a task is called the work item. So let's search here. You can search for triggers. There are very many triggers here. Value change, manual trigger from work item, service breached. Okay. You can familiarize yourself with all these. Okay. So Kandiano now, they are not always different. They are not always the same with you. It depends on what you work on. Selected marketing these are just recommendations. You can come here and maybe say work item aside. You can search. You can see it's here. Okay? One. Add the trigger, so we've added it. The work item is assigned. A flow is run when a work item is assigned to a user. And who is the user? Bridget. So we are going to add a condition. So first of all, one condition, user must be Bridget, okay? User condition. You can see we want to know. It's not like every person should get the notification. It's just Bridget. So number one, we make sure that Bridget is assignee and is Bridget. Our Bridget is Alex. A flow is run when work item is assigned to Alex. And we add another condition. It's not every assignment made to Alex that should trigger this. It must also have a high priority. Yeah. So what we do is not use a condition. Sorry, let me look, please. It's not user condition. It's not user condition. We do so. It's assigned to Alex, but again, it must have a high priority. So that is not user condition. So what we do, how do you know that it's high priority? You go to the field, it's called priority, then you check its content. Is it high? Is it low? Is it critical? Okay, that's why you look for work item field. It's rated to the field. Okay, you get it? So you look into how more different rules just to know, to choose. So here you just need to understand what you need to do. Here we want to look into the field, a specific field. So we are looking for an action that is related to the field. So what item field condition? So by Tabagua field, which field? Priority. The priority field is it one of, so you can say, is it equal to, does not equal to, so you can choose. Here, if it equals to, that means it's equal to priority. Does not equal, that means if it is not priority high, then is one of, that means you have two options, either high or low or medium. You can choose to say high and critical, do this, okay? Greater than, maybe when it's a number. So for us, we want to do equal to, not as you choose, is it value or field? A field, that means you're comparing two columns. Okay, maybe if the current date is equal to due date, that means date is due. Okay, but for us, we need value. So we want to write out to the values in that field. You get, if you choose field, they compare that you're trying to compare it to another field, and there are applications for that. Okay. So let's see field. You can select field, but we are selecting value, and we need high. That means a work item is assigned to Alexis, and priority equals high. Then act. You can add many conditions. Automation, it's like programming you. But for now, we are good. So we have a trigger. We have conditions. Now what happens then? Action. What action are we doing next? So required action, which is required for it. Conditions are optional, but condition is action is required. So how will we inform Alex? Okay, what happened? It's not like, do you want to inform him? Do you want to? You can choose whatever thing you want. So for us, we want to inform him. Or maybe you can also try to inform the whole group. Maybe you have a Slack channel or a Teams channel. Let's see. Send a Microsoft Teams message via webhook, okay? Or Slack. Send message, okay? Slack message. But for us, we need maybe email. Send customized email. Action. You have a lot of, you can do a lot of action. It's not necessary even notifying him. We shall not require an action within the workspace. Maybe if it's high, maybe he has, let's say, Alex, you are overwhelming him. You are giving him a lot of tasks of high priority. sibyo tubyumva. So ukajya uvuga ati noneho instead of informing him nizijya ziba 3 of high priority assigned to Alex, it shouldn't assign him. Instead, assign it to another person. When ntacyo abona nta nubwo abimenye ibyabaye, ahubwo someone was trying to overwhelm him, the system protects him and it automatically assigns it to another person. You get? So remember what automations can do. So then, for now, we need to inform him. In this case, I mean, you can do a lot of automations. That's why you need to know what specific thing you want to do. It's not like automations are not always needed. Otherwise, you have like 1,000 automations. Okay. So what we're going to do, let's just send him an email. So here he gets the information, but he can be assigned a lot of work. Tomorrow is the email. Email name, you can say, hi, priority assignment to Alex. You can choose whatever you want. Recipients, of course, the assignee, who is Alex. Okay. You can, from my Jira, you can also CC someone, or BCC the whole team. You get? Who wants to be CC'd? Anyone? You? Urabona nta nubwo we arimo. Urabona iwe nta nubwo ari muri workspace yabo, ariko we can still inform them. Copy him, right? From subject, I assign it. So how is it done? So here, of course, we know it's Alex, but we need to add a placeholder so that it just takes the exact name of Alex. Why is it important? Imagine it's not Alex, it's anyone. If you put Alex here, it's fixed, it's a constant. Everyone will be receiving hi Alex, yet it's not Alex. So that's why we add a placeholder, like a variable, so that it's dynamic. If a task is assigned to Patrick, it says hi Patrick. If it's assigned to Dan, it says hi Dan. Of course, in our case, it's just Alex, but you get, it's not because that you have just one person. So what we are going to do, we are going to say hi, then assigning name. So this is already here, but I want to add it. You click it here. How to add to make it dynamic? Click on news. So you can see assignee, name. Well, let's do name. Assignee display name. Ramona, something to copy. It's like it's code. Then you come and paste it here. This means you won't be always near than Alex if you change and you make it genuine. Or we try to relate.
When it comes to that smart values. When it comes to that smart values, what do we do?
Hi, the calendar there, hi, you click here, then you do what you search assignee. If you want, you can search a lot of values. But for us, let's name. You can put assignee display name. You can put creator display name, initiator. For us, we need assignee display name. So what happens if Alex is assigned a task? So in our case, it's Alex. According to Rangiza, we will remove Alex to make it general. You see how it's tailored to you. Optional settings, these are optional. Hi Alex, you can set a high priority, high priority as assigned to you. Okay. bakora n'ibindi byinshi. You can limit to how many tasks Alex can be assigned. You get. So this is optional. We remove it. Okay. So you can say replies will be sent to this, but we don't need a response to him. It's just informing him. So next, we are send high priority email to Alex. We are good now to go. We have the action. You can add another step, but we are good to go. Because we have the trigger, we have conditions, and we have our action. So what we do, let's save and enable. So we say high priority as Alex. Of course, it's just Alex. Turn on flow. Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot to add the content of the email. So you come here and add content. You can say, dear Alex, again, dear name, please be informed. Please be informed about task assigned to you. Best. You can also add assigning someone else. Let me say done. So I said that content, you can also add attachments. But let's you nkuko twarivuze muzagenda mutrayinga murebe what they can do. So let's save and enable it. If no error, it works. So your flow has been turned on. So how are we going to test it? Is it working? Yes. How are we going to test it? I'm going to assign a task of high priority to Alex. And I assign him a task that is of low priority. We see if he. Okay, Alex, you're sending out something. So let me go back to my workspace. I can go back here to Jira, it's okay. I'm not working. I'm going to assign it. Let me create a new task. Okay. And not an epic, but work item task. Let me just say, write email to board. Then I create it. Let email to board to do an assigned due date. So the regional it's not important. So I'm going to assign it to you, Alex. So I've assigned it to you, Aliko. It's media. So I'm going to change it to high. So just high. Okay. Please confirm whether you received the email. You got it? Just Alex.
Yeah.
Comes, it says,
Who's Alex you work item. That work item,
okay. You should see an email from Jira. Sure, I'm going to take it as instantly.
Check on notifications.
Right?
It's not a-
It comes from,
It says,
says it's done. I said it this work item 2.
that is the general email.
Yeah.
So usually, when I assign you a task, Jira sends you. Where you remember how we were disabling notifications? Sibyo? So for you, you have email notifications turned on. So you should see 2 emails. Yeah. Urayibona? I don't know why it's delaying, but you should see an email. Okay. So, ariko but if I assign him, they have a difference, Alex. If I assign you new task, okay, but that new task is assigned to Alex, but it's of low of medium priority. You will not see it. You will see one email. That item has been assigned to you. But the other automation, it won't come. Is the email marks? These are you have notifications, email notifications set on. So Ngabonye, maybe you do not quite understand how to do an automation, but you understand why and how you can go look into the notifications, right? Is it okay? Email. People line, anyone with a question? So, of course, we've seen how it works, right? But now, we'll have to create these automations. Okay, we will do this afternoon. We make sure that we have done one of the automations, simple ones, but we still have 2 rules. So you do this, and the other one. Foundation. Correct? Okay, so you'll do it and test it by yourselves, okay? Between the team members, these two. We had 3 rules in the assignment. You will do 2. We have just done the first one. Silvio? So for automations, you know they exist. You can you understand why they are needed and when they are needed. Then after that, you can decide to do the automations. So in the afternoon, one of the things we practice on is automation. These basic ones, these two. Correct? Okay, so we are going to look into something else. Still on Jira. So, now you've created the workspace, right? You've created the workspace, it's running. You have also automated repetitively recurring tasks. Some of them. Sibyo, or do we need a refresher? Another chicken dance. Chango, we are still fresh. I think we are still fresh, okay? So you've set up your tasks, and you've automated a few of them that regularly occur. Now, we are working as a team. I, as the creator of the, let's say, of the workspace, do I always have to create a new task, come and create a new task, right? Or we can collaborate as a team, and then someone else is able to add the task query aboard. What do you think? What's better? Do I always have to create tasks by my own self? For instance, during the groups, in the group work, we had appointed one leader. Does that mean that the team leader is the only person that can always have to at least create tasks, not change them, but create the tasks? So assume the team, here we are together here, but you are working on a project that does not work in the same office, maybe on the remote, you're on the remote projects. How would you manage that? Do they have to call you and say, hey, hi, we need to do this and that. Can you add it as a new task? No need.
Okay,
So what would happen? Ideally, what would happen?
I think from the settings, the project initiator can allow people to create tasks. As we discussed, anyone can add that task because some big projects we need to run those tasks on daily basis. So once it comes to create or highlight a task, the new task, I think anyone can create it and assign someone who will be responsible for that. But I'm not sure if from the settings, the initiator can grant that credentials for everyone to assign members.
Very good. That's one. Let me keep it in the backlog. And someone else? Ideally, you're working on a remote team. You've seen Jira. You've seen Jira, how it works. Someone needs to create a task, and so she's brought up an idea. You can also give people permissions to do that, but we saw that that is a security issue, right? So can we think of how now can you collaborate with your team members? Yes.
I think you've given an example where there is only one leader and lead, but we may have also another scenario where there is a hierarchy of different authorities. where you may find 3 or 4, whereby I think top leader may assign a task to someone below him, then that someone assigns tasks to other different people or different tasks to different people. So what I'm adding to her point is that there might be, in this Jira, there might be a group of a bigger number of people with different authorities at different levels of hierarchy, and one can give another different tasks. Yes, that's how
Okay. You do hierarchy. Okay. Yeah. That's also an option. I believe it's almost in the same category as. Who else? There are no right or wrong answers. It's a I would say project management question. More of it is for Jira. Let's say not in Jira, but in an ideal working environment, how would that happen? She needs to go for a task to be done, and the democratic, I would say, team and the remote team. So democratic, I mean, you have an idea and you want it to be implemented. So of course there is that option of allowing people, but again, democracy has limits. If someone, you allow them, and maybe that means you need to give them access. If we follow hers, that means we need to give them access to the workflow so they can edit and do what. So that is a bit risky. It's possible, but it's risky. So now you limit them, just view, no edit, but then you still want to be democratic. And how can you do that? So that means, but we all agree there should be a means of allowing people to talk about ideas and also to maybe produce them as tasks, right? Okay. So in Agile, the Agile methodology we saw, how it usually happens. If someone has an idea, let's say you have a box of tasks to be done like here. In Agile, everything to be done is put in what we call a backlog. Who knows what a backlog is? A backlog, let's say someone has an idea, okay? It's good, it can be worked on, ariko we still have a lot of tasks to do. You put it in a backlog, that box. After you complete, after you complete the other tasks, you go to the backlog and pull up that task, okay? So, ariko there is part of democracy where someone can give out an idea and you talk about it, then you implement it. So here, of course, that is also implemented because here we are using the waterfall Kanban tools, as you saw. If we had used Scrum, you would see the boards are different. You always pull items from the backlog. You don't produce new items. You pull them from the backlog. Hanorero, there is what we call forms. A form, you can literally give people a form where they add new tasks you never suggesting. Okay, without giving them access to your workflow. You are suggesting. Okay, so you give them forms, they fill them, and that form automatically fills your votes. So if you want to be democratic and you want to collaborate, of course, if you're working on a remote team, a multinational project, what will you do? You will not meet, and you will not be calling someone a write down. Okay. So what you do, you give them a form, then they just add the forms. They add the tasks without giving them access to your workflow. So that is what we are going to do. We're going to look into forms. So Hano, there is what is called forms. So under your project, it's under your workspace. That means you're going to create a form attached to this workspace. How do you do it? You come here and so let me delete this one. This is what forms do. Okay? You just submit a form, it goes, you track request, it goes to the boards. Instead of having access to the board, you just submit a form, automatically fills this. So we are going to create a new form. So is it a task? Yeah, for tasks. So it's a form for tasks. So it's here, then summary, you can add a description and say this form be used for new requests. Okay. Then summary description, no. Okay. So attachment, you can do attachment, no needed, but we need to we are now starting to do what? To add the fields depending on what we need. So in our board we have what is sound? Okay. Okay, so with Tangira padding out, you can see fields, okay? You can manage your form field, but I know assignee is there, priority is there. You just drag it, start date, no, due date is there. You get? So you can also create a new field depending on what you need. Okay. You get? Okay. So this is it. If you want to change, you can change immediately. Okay, here. So what we do is, let's say these are required. You must fill in But these first ones are not required. Let me actually delete it. Okay, so I'm trying to create a form where you can come, add a summary, add a signee, add the due date, add the priority. Okay. Of course, you can add. I can add other fields, but these are the most important fields. Then what I do, I share it to. There's no whole team. I share it to the whole team. Okay. But just to just to make sure that it works, I'm going to also share it with you personally. Confirm. So after sharing it with you, message anyone. So I'm going to share it with you. Okay, you should see it on your email. I want to. You get it. There are also people for the team that is selected. You can check. Ariko, I'm wondering. Can you?
What is the subject that they're going to write in the summary?
You have received the. In your summary, add that. Tracy. So I also
I'm sharing it
Let me check. So what it should do, it should create a new task here in our board. Let's see. So it's here. Can you see added by Magdalene? You assign this to Alexis, you added due date. So you can see while you're collaborating as a team, people you can give access. That is a simple form. So you can give people access to creating new tasks. And there's a lot you can do. You can add conditions so that you first approve them because you do not want to have a lot of tasks that cannot be tracked. Okay? Kandu, because you set it high priority, Alex, the automation should also automatically work.
So he get the need, he can get the notification.
Yeah, you should get a notification. Ariko urabona, if you also got, did you receive the form? So which team did I share? and to see those who are on the team, including Alex. But you can see
I have received the
From
notification.
Streamline and the others.
notification. So you can see added by Madeleine. You can see this task ntabwo ari igihe wayishyizemo.
What you not receive the link.
Link.
There is no notification.
Notification is there.
That is the email. That's the automation.
Yeah, the email, yeah.
Yeah. You should near automation because where you can assign a high priority task. So it's not like you should. So if you can get an email,
I get the email. But you know the link to go to the task.
oh, that should come as a different email. So someone else has also added, okay, well, Rona can see
I sent it to myself. Let me see.
if you can get. So you see, it's not like Jira I always need to create, okay,
I want to see.
an email, an automation.
I will have
Now you can basically, it's not like I, the owner of the workspace, always have to do what? To add new tasks. I can give you just the form, not the whole.
So without passing on those form creations as a team, being in the on this project, what if I come directly under those tasks, then I create another with will not be like possible.
No, it's possible, but it's not a good practice. Yeah. It's not a good practice. So all I need to know, all I need to do is leave actually advanced with Jira. I give you. Last time we saw that you need minimum, what is called principle of least privilege. If you're not allowed to, like strictly allowed to change, I do not give you those functions unless you must change. So to cope up with that, I do not give you access to changing, but I give you a form. You just add. Security level, ariko nawe we collaborate together. So you see, attend the board meeting. So Alex has created, right? Alex,
Yeah.
you created. You filled the form.
Yeah.
Urabona ko birimo kugenda biza. Correct? So that means you can create your own task without entering my workspace. Good. So forms for what?
I got another element. If I'm in other person space, now I'm into your space, and I go to the forms. So once I want to create a form, I need to request.
Yeah, of
I need
course.
to request so that they give me the permission to create.
But
Yeah.
security one. Because you do not want to create a form in my name. You get? And I want to assist. Are we all on the same page? Movies say why forms are important, right? Have we? Have we seen why forms are important? Okay, I'm going to do something. Okay. Can you tell us why? Why we need to break it?
say, then use it. That's what people. Other people are saying that's to suggest if we have any ideas about the task, then you say we close that point. You know that then automatically comes task.
Correct. Who else now is volunteer? Because I'll be picking up someone about phones. About phones. Understand why? Okay, now tell.
Various field types and how working.
While working in groups, types of fields. Okay, yeah, adding fields. A volunteer before I pick up someone who is looking at. Any other volunteer to save that person?
Okay. Forms.
Uko wasobanurira abantu nyine forms.
Yes, I can explain to anybody why forms in China. They are used to collect data on the issues or the ideas from the team.
That's perfect. Yes, yes.
Normally, it helps team to collect information, edit, and using for different people in the group.
Exactly. Right? Yes.
I see a form as a place where any member of the group can give in an idea.
Correct. And then it turns out to be a task that you can actually work on for the project. Okay? Fantastic. Hey, we should be Jira certified because the time we've spent. But to be honest, it's the biggest tool that we've learned. Others, they're very good, and most of them are more AI related than maybe Jira. But Jira it's like PMP, I would say. It's a professional tool that is used.
But it is complex.
Yeah, of course it's complex. But next time, if you see an application of managing a big project, don't fear to say that you know Jira. Okay. Let's see, highly. Yeah, good. Because you can learn. Most of the things you learn by doing. If you don't use it at work, of course you won't master it. But if you're put in a position where you need to use it, and you know how, you know what you can eat from where, you can do it. Highly used project. Let's see. Okay, so we are going to look into another aspect. I want to check where Jira is. Jira.
Today.
Yeah. Using Agile, Scrum. What are you listing? What software using? So if you look into here, on all links, it must be there. Let's see how many. Monday, we usually used to cover Monday as well, but Monday is actually way easier than Jira, but it's not that used in industry. Monday.com. Have you ever had it?
And it's among the trending tool for those that are looking for international jobs. If we master Monday, yeah, this one.
How about Monday is very, we used to cover it, it's way easier, it's very good. But people were choosing, of course, Jira is big compared to Monday. But Monday is easier. It's easy. Yeah, it's very easy. And
So we needed to start with Monday.
So we started on Monday.
you can start it on.
That was the mystery.
No. Of course. Man, if you learn the difficult things, let me tell you, if you go to Monday and watch just 2 videos, whether it's a Jira, you can master Monday. But if you learn master Monday in this class, then they ask you, you need to know Jira. You can get confused. That's why we prioritize Jira. But of course, it's not a limit. You are not limited to Jira. Monday is very easy to use. Monday is very easy. Okay. Yeah, Jira can be boring. It's big. But of course, there's a book called Eat That Frog, which is, you know that you need to eat the ugliest thing, the most difficult thing for you to master the simple things. Okay.
But you know, sometimes when you start in a video, you get confused again.
Yeah, don't worry. If you learn, because there are a lot of tools, and when you know Jira, all the tools you go say, don't fear to say that you know them. Just go on YouTube, watch them, you will see, hey, this is way easier. But if you say Monday, you learn Monday here, it's just like one day, and you're comfortable with Monday. But if you go out here and they say Jira, you forget it. And if you actually go to watch it, you will find it very hard. But as an example, just go, you watch a playlist of Monday, like 10 videos today. They are very short, 4 minutes. Those are 40 minutes. Tomorrow you come and say, but it's because you've spent a lot of time working on Jira. We've done that through experience. We used to do both Jira and Monday, but we spent a lot of time on Monday. But then the feedback was, and we actually tested it. Monday is easy, but switching from Monday to more complicated things is a bit. So we are done with forms, okay? We're going to look another item on Jira called dashboards. Now, this is a bit raw.
But even though we are good with the forms, but you see, if you are not many people to add the forms, sometimes they may assign the task to someone who they are not supposed to ask to assign the task. So how to manage?
Yeah, you can manage that in 2 ways. First, you need to manage access to the forms. But secondly, you can also do that with automation. Okay? To make sure you can automate, for instance, if you try to do a form and you try to assign it a task that shouldn't be assigned to someone, the automation refuses it. Or it assigns this to the correct person. Or it just deletes it. Now, because more advanced, but You can restrict forms basically. You can restrict okay. So we are going to look. So this is a bit row, okay? We have a lot of lists. So if you have 100 tasks, it's a bit low. So what we are going to do, how do you now manage, or you have very many tasks and you have automation? There are ways you can do those. One, you can, first of all, here you can do okay. You can do you can do what is called dashboard. So basically, you can create a dashboard for your task. So this is raw data. Okay. If you have hundreds of tasks, you can even get confused. Can't even apparameter, they are well automated. So to manage that, Jira has an item called a dashboard. Okay. So what dashboard does is you create charts for all of these tasks, depending on what you need, so that you do not always have to go and look for tasks here and see who is assigned. No, you just look at the dashboard. Okay. So what are we going to do? We are going to create a simple dashboard. So, Hano, under your team, look into dashboards. Urabona akantu ka dashboard.
Yeah.
So there's a plus sign. So if you open here, let's first click it. So there's a plus sign here. It says create dashboard. Nayibonye. Utayibonye. So we're going to create a dashboard for our tasks. So name it, I'm going to name it Data Plus Project. Of course, make sure as best practices, be consistent with the naming. Mutazajya gushakira amataski ya project A from dashboard ya project B. Description. Viewers, is it for only me? Is it for the whole space? Select the space so everyone sees it. Give roles just for all members, right? But it can also be just for me. However, I'm going to make it private.
Private means yourself.
That means everyone using my phone, everyone using my workspace wants the dashboard. You can also create it for the team. You see? Okay?
But under member, there is a viewer. Viewer is an external person.
Okay? Editors, of course, it should be private. Okay? So that I'm the only one that can edit it. About there, they can just so I save. Then once you save, you add what they call a gadget. You know widgets in a news. You're going to do the UI for. Okay? So there are gadgets here. It is suggestive. It suggests you. If you need a chart, you can do this, okay? So let's say we need a pie chart. So first of all, before doing a dashboard, you need to know what, because the dashboard, the purpose of a dashboard is getting all the raw tasks that you have and summarize them. So that means you need to show important information, not all information. So for our board, what are the information tasks that we need to know? For instance, as a user, you need to know tasks assigned to you and maybe how they are progressing. But as maybe the team leader, you need to know how other people are performing. So let's say I add a pie chart. So pie chart required fields are marked with an asterisk. I want to see how. Okay. So I'm saying I want to know assignees as the can see 12 total issues 21 and assigned are 12 wanafika kazi wanazifiltered. Okay. So who has the most issues? Alexi has the most issues assigned to him. Dan, then okay. So you can let me do this. You can also maybe add a
Dashboard.
sorry?
Please, you got that from dashboard.
Yeah. So this is the dashboard you're trying to build. Of course, it's not the best dashboard, the best UI, right? But you can see you can add. So for instance, average number of times in status. It displays the average number of times issues have been in a status. Okay. Ukuvuga ureba delay kuki yagumye in this particular status. Okay. Created versus resolved. Displays created work items versus resolved work items. Okay. So maybe instead of created, we can do to do and done. Let's see what happens here. Is it replacing or no? So let's look for our projects here. Period daily, days previously, correction, count.
Why are you choosing only major version?
Sorry?
Why did you choose the only major version?
Oh, okay. No, I was just trying. I actually don't know why. Let me see if I can. I want to delete this. So you can also add, there's, how do we call it? Card. So you can see, you can look into everything. Hano, just know that you need to do a dictionary, okay? Also, let's say issues in progress, Jira issues calendar, no calendar. So you can, it depends. So Hano it depends on what you need. The purpose of a dictionary, of a dashboard, is highlighting your most important things into a graph, graphics. Visualization, it's visualizing your task. So you cannot visualize everything. You choose your most important thing. So let's add the calendar using due date, display project, versions, number of issues, 10. on the calendar part there. Yeah, let's do 10. Just put and give it a bit needs to Jira 5. Refresh retrieval. How many times does it need to update? Let's say every 2 hours. Then we save. Okay. So how does it display? It displays a calendar. It displays a calendar for your task. You can also add here. So also, I think I want to put this. I want to shift this. Good question. Good question. Can you export it? Yes.
I
So-
see something down the table. Under the exporting icon format.
Where?
Under the table.
Oh, here. In your calendar. So you can basically, this is a calendar format, I believe, where you can open it as a calendar. Let's see how it opens. You see, you can add it to your Outlook calendar. You can be watching through. Yeah, so I don't want to do it. So it's see, can be added by. Okay. But let me just remove it. You get it? You can see you can integrate it in your. That was a good observation. See, Joe? You can see I can have it on my Outlook. You can. You see? This is a new task for consideration. So you can integrate it into your Outlook. You can also, so you have, let's add one more. So we have, let's add maybe, what else should we add on the dashboard? Issues in progress. Let's check for issues in progress. Number of issues, let's display 10. Issue type, do we need this? Yes. Key, yes. Do we need summary? We need priority. Issue type, key, priority. Add columns to display. We need to add assignee to know who is. Yeah, columns to display. Let's add also due dates. And it refreshes every 15 minutes. Then save. Okay. Currently have no issues in progress. That's true. Okay. Because so let's come. So we have our dashboard. Of course, it's not that appealing. Depending on what we need the calendar here, and you can see. So let's add a few issues. I want to go another user. So let me do this. I want to remove all these filters. Bind tasks in. So this is AI. I want to see if it can. So it has brought issues into do. I want to change them to in progress. Let's manually change. And some people are lost, I believe. Okay. Okay, let's go back to our dictionary. Okay. Sorry, why am I saying dictionary? Dashboard. Sorry. it remove.
View all the dashboard.
Oh yeah. Oh, no issues. It should show issues in progress. So let's assume this is red. Can share. I want to look into where you can export it. You must be able to usually, for instance, for Monday, you can just download it. You download it, your dashboard. If you need a report, a status report, you don't need to write a full report. Just go download your dashboard. You just show a process that these are tasks ongoing, this is the project progress, depending on what you put in. Should be able to do this as well. Okay, so as you can see, you can have your dictionary of some summary for everything. You don't need, now we no longer need to come here and look into this list. Okay, instead, let me remove. So nkuko mwabibonye, I haven't been into asking AI and what. So we've done the, if we can even stop here, we've done a lot of heavy lifting, I can say. We've been doing everything manually, and it's been very difficult. Yeah, why? So I didn't want to use like AI every time here with Jira, because we need to first understand the basics, okay? And also with AI, as you can see, it depends on the plans. We are using premium free trial, okay? And it has a few days. So instead of coming here within all this raw data, we would have progressing. Now we are using the dashboard. You can check, okay, Hano and down. We're not very good at developing UIs and dashboards, but you can see on Saturday we have one issue that is due on 20th. It's today. If you click it, it should tell us which one is due. This is a new task. You can see it's due today. Okay? You get it? So we wanna. So you can always have the summary. You can look here and say, hey, so these are due. Oh, there's a task due on Saturday 30th. 3 issues due on 30th. You can monitor everything. So you can look into unassigned. Why? So 50% of the tasks are unassigned. Why? This has a lot of tasks under unassigned. But Mcheshimana has a few tasks. Why can't we assign them? So the more you understand this, you can basically, once you understand it, you can basically automate everything to a point where you just do nothing, literally nothing in project management. What you do is the implementation. Okay? Ahandi kabyi gukora system, gukora a new issue, people filling form, it changes issues, it alerts you. You just focus on implementation instead of administration. Okay, that is the essence of these tools, right? You just see, if you're working on a big project, you don't need to always monitor what's happening. So, in this regard, I'm going to use the mobile app for Jira. Let me download it. You can download Jira. It's called Jira Cloud by Atlassian. I want to show you that hano twakoraga nyine twahere ku bintu bikomeye turagenda noneho tujya final output, I would say, the end of the process. So one of the final outputs is hano we have the dashboard, right? and you've been sending notifications. So the raw data, we all had your tasks, creating tasks, assigning tasks. Let's assume they are all created, and you have a system that creates them via forms. You have the automations, you have the notifications, and the dashboard, right? So what you do, download the app. If you have work, you have maybe Wakozi. I'm going to log into my Jira account using my if you've downloaded the app, log in using the account you used to create Jira. Here, direct notifications. Okay, next. So I'm allowing it to send me notifications. Okay, dashboards. Okay, projects. Now you can see, Murawana is for creatives. I just opened my phone. I just open my phone, I look at just the dashboard. Of course, it sends me notifications on the telephone, but as you can see, I have different dashboards. I choose depending on the project, then I can just see on my phone without opening the computer or what, depending on what you put on the dashboard.
From our side, any changes have been working on there.
You can, exactly. So if you go here home, you see everything. If you go to spaces, you can see your spaces. Okay. All work, you can see, you can view the work, but you don't need to always go into all work. The first step is you need to go to the dashboard and just see the summary. If something is wrong, you click on it, it takes you to that particular thing. Then you look into what's happening, and then you move on. You can also check notifications.
I think you made those dashboards to be private. What if you change and make for the whole team so that we can see the access?
Oh, okay. That's so team. You're on my team, right? Okay. Yeah. So that's a good point. Maybe project. Okay. So let me see here. Change settings. Okay. If you're a member of my team, you should be able to see, review the dashboards. They are also dashboards. Alex, you should also be. Where are you? Is that that? No, that is yours. Yeah. So you can basically see now the whole process is you just do the heavy work there. Then after you set up everything, you just have it on your phone and everything is running, the automations. And so it helps you focus on implementation instead of the admin work. So as you can see, if I have a good dashboard, I can just look into what's happening in the project without having to have a lot of details. Any questions so far? Any questions? You can't see it. Let me see those who are on this team, on this project. Mwongere mcheckinge murebe. Go to the dashboard, especially if you have on your phone. Make sure the email, the account you're using is the same account.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I believe you should be able to see. So you can see I have a calendar here for my tasks, which I can integrate with Outlook. Okay. I have a pie chart here. I have this is not of course working. So you can just say, if something happens, okay, you can, it changes here. Yes, let me use a telephone. So, do you understand what dashboards do? You do? So now, ukuntu twabikoze. First, let's say planning, project planning. You do your first, let's say, onboarding or kickoff call. You say this person is responsible for this. Then you go behind the scenes, or you go and start now building your project. The admin work, you add tasks, you create forms, you give people access to forms so that they can create new tasks. You see that during your project timeline, there'll be tasks that will always be repetitive. You automate them, you've done it, okay? But at the end of the day, you don't want to always go into the tasks or the list. What you do, you create a dashboard to monitor everything. If you go to field, you're just monitoring your field. If someone assigns you anything, or you want to assign anything to someone, just use your phone, for instance. No opening of the computer, as long as everything is running. Then what you do, you now can monitor your project on the phone, okay? So, number one obvious question. Of course, we are doing part of project management, right? Digitally. So where does AI come in? Okay. 1, 2, how is the scalability of this in practice? If I go out there in my business, at work, and I now know about Jira, or if I am to learn about Jira, what things do I need to know to make it running in a real world business, to produce real world business value? Okay, so that is what you're going to look into. Number one, what does it do with AI? First of all, as Chajaru kunakoleshaga AI, especially automations, right? Or creating tasks, it describes it, right? So it's not a good practice when you're starting because AI is, yakubeshya and you get confused. So that's why we said it, let's do everything manually. But does Jira have AI? Yes. So we're going to look into that AI, but everything is set. So you can just, what you do with AI, just to show me this, do that. If you learn it, if you learn how to use AI before learning it, how to do it manually, one, you won't know how to do it, which is okay if AI can do it. But again, using AI, sometimes you need to pay for a more advanced Jira. Okay, hariya baba duha premium. We all know these systems. Okay, they give you freemium, a free package. After 30 days, it expires, and you are used to using AI. What happens? You either buy or leave, or change accounts, and that is not something you can do business-wise. Okay, we're going to look into the cost of.
Excuse me. Is it possible for Jira to accommodate activities maybe that are listed in another format like in Excel? Let's say we have a project that has hundreds of different activities in Excel, listed in Excel or Word document. Can it be possible is it possible to upload them to Jira so that you avoid that you manually type each single activity?
Good. That's a good question. So who has put them in the Excel file? Someone else maybe, right?
Maybe because in our daily activities, we have different projects, and each single project has more hundreds or even more different activities to be, of course, assigned to different staff.
Yeah.
So for me not to take much time, I would be interested to know whether I can upload them in Jira so that I start to assign each activity to someone who will be responsible.
Yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, that is possible in, let's say, regardless of the way. But we are going to look at, I believe that's a basic, because for instance, there are tools I know to it, and that's a basic thing. So I don't know, I haven't done it, but it's a basic thing. So let's answer a question. Let's search for it and say, can I import data like Excel into Jira? You can. Let's see. Let's use the official community of Jira. Someone else has asked the same question. And I do not always know the answers. You do not always know the answers.
Yes.
The best way to do it after here, always look into this community. Every question you have,
Yes.
people have been using Jira for so many years. So I always do this to encourage you. If you have a question, just go, and of course I mean after this class.
Yeah, sure.
Just go. Just go there. There is a community. Okay, let's say this person asked it in February 2023. I have an Excel sheet from my customer where all relevant information is in. I want to transfer this data in different tasks in Jira. How is it possible? Tell Jira to import the data or field X in Excel in a specific field in the task in Jira. I believe that's the same question you have.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see the answer. Yes, this is possible. He's a community champion, so he's been using this for a long time. Save the Excel file in the CSV format, then using the CSV format, here's the documentation. You need to save this in CSV, then akajyaho documentation. Let's follow it and see how it works. This is the best, actually the best way to learn. Import data from a CSV file. When migrating from another project management tool, you can export data into a comma separated, then import in your Jira apps. CSV files are text files. Okay, recommended data size. Ibi byose, so you can, YouTube is very good, Google is very good. I got the most up-to-date information in case something changes today, before they launch it, they have a documentation. They launch it together with the documentation. But YouTube, when you know documentation, how it works, YouTubers baraza documentation bakaisoma. Then after reading the documentation, they also do their own videos. So there is always a lag, okay? But the most up-to-date is the official documentation. So here, recommended number of work items per 1,500. Can you exceed that? Okay. Exceeding more work items. Project Muzakora over 1,000 items, tasks. No. So this is good. Estimated time to import approximately 1 hour. Okay, prepare your CSV. So you can see it is possible. You've prepared, and we're preparing Anuza. So importing your CSV file, upload your file, choose, then systems. Is this setting? Let's see. Then in the import and export section, click external system import. It's here. Import as export. Export. Import work to Jira upload CSV. Unaona ko it's here. Okay. So by following, I didn't know about that, but by following the document, the community and then the documentation, you can basically upload. You see? Yes. Let's see, for instance. Of course, tugomba gusoma hejuru tukareba instructions how we need to set up our CSV. But you can see, you can upload it. Right, recording, so you can see, but I don't want to upload it, okay? You get? So it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah. Any other question before we move on? So also, let's say, can I use AI in Jira? AI features. There is Robo. We used to use it on the first day. I intentionally skipped it because it was making a lot. It was making work way easier and giving us a lot of expectations. But once you know, you are now for now, you are free to use AI. If you read here, AI feature, because you understand how it works, now you can just access. So artificial intelligence in Jira service management. So it has virtual assistants called Robo. Of course, it's because they are trying to make integrated AI Zab. So it's not like they are very advanced, but they do their own work at least. So you can edit things. Oh, interesting. You can get to know your customers better with AI sentiment analysis, which analyzes and interprets the emotional tone of customer comments to help you understand how customers are feeling. You see? It has AI. If you're dealing with your customers and then their comments in Jira, you can analyze all their comments and it tells you your customers are happy. Rover agent, if you want to really supercharge your training process. So there are a lot of them. AI article, because we wanted to first understand how Jira works, what are the features, and how you can use AI. Let's okay, so tugiye kureba so we are going to look into now in a real business world. You're from here, maybe you understand Jira, some features, others maybe you don't, but you can use the community and documentation to learn. But you want to apply it to your business. First of all, in all businesses, you need to understand the cost-benefit analysis. Iyo tugeze aha rero, towards the end, you need to real, right?
Sure.
There's a training I attended, and someone knew, but they didn't know the audience. Some of us were well informed about AI. So they were telling us a lot of things. You can just do it, right? Wakatuga, it's totally free. We were like, how? Okay. Kandi ubwo babeshyaga abantu, they will be lying to people that it's totally free, 100% free, because they know during those 2 days trainings, you will see it's still free. Without complaining after giving them your money and after they've gone, right? But they didn't tell them that actually to use this feature, they give you access for 10 days, you use it for free. After that, you pay. How much do you need to pay? Okay? So, but you understand, we all do business, there's always something attached. Of course, they are free, but also there is a cost to that free. One of the costs to the free trials is not the free, like totally free. You are limited to the number of people you can. So if you have a small business, free is for you. So usually in the capstone projects, we give you a project, but you also tell us what will work for you as part of the project. You analyze depending on your needs. To now implement it when you're well informed. Okay. So let's do Jira pricing. So, first of all, before you go into pricing, so you can see there is Jira Cloud. There's also what is called Jira Service. So Jira Cloud, Jira has a lot of projects, but one is Jira Cloud and Jira Service. So we are using Jira Cloud. What Jira Cloud is, your Jira is doing everything for you. And this is the best for us. Okay? I didn't tell you about that, but there's also one called Jira Service. Jira Service, it's like you talk to Jira, you don't need to pay license fees, but you buy Jira as a product, then you use your own servers. It becomes in-house. It's not on cloud, it's on premises. So that means you need to manage the servers, you need to manage, if you need to increase, if you need to have 10 people, you just manage your servers. so you don't pay for that. To Jira, you pay for that in your in-house. That's a bit complicated. It's best for big IT companies or sharp. But for us, we are using Jira Cloud. What does it mean? Everything we are consuming, for instance, when you're creating a user, you're consuming Jira resources from the discussions we did last time. So that's why they give you a limit of 10 people. After that, now the resources are liquid, you need to pay. We understand that. It's not like it's free. For service, you just say, you pay for one customer, you just service, you have your computers, you allow them, you have your servers. If you can manage 1,000, that's okay. So for us, we use cloud. Cloud is like Jira manages everything for you, and what you do, you pay. Okay. Yeah. So what we do, building engine. Let's see. I want to see. Shakukura from official documentation. It's here. So Jira pricing and licensing, Jira Cloud, which this is what we are using. Because none of us surely will use Jira service. Okay? So monthly pricing, number of users, 1 to 100, USD 10, almost 10 per user per month. This is which, so before, we are all business people. How about to do tricks before you get committed to any cloud platform? Make sure they are detailed, because now they can tell you is progressive. What does it mean? Maybe it changes. So you need to understand how does that change. Maybe at 100 people, maybe at 50 people I'm paying this, but if I'm using 99, the additional cost. You need to know that. You don't want to get your boss excited, then they pay $9. After a month, you start saying, now we add $2. So that's why I am showing you this. One person, you're getting a pro plan, not a free plan. $9 per user. You can pay $9 per user every month. If you have 10 users, that means you have $90 per month. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, is it that one of 9 per user? Yeah, per user.
The more you have so many people, the more per user you save. Of course, it's business. Okay. So annual pricing, USD 1 to 10. You can see these are a lot of details everyone needs to go through. But at the end of the day, they are also, okay, now I want to show you something. Monday.com here. Comparing. When was this? 2026. Let's see. So these are, now we are going to business, cost versus benefit. I want to show, I want to show you the free, because don't be afraid. There's also here free plan. I really want to, Okay, let's use AI live intern. So Jira's free plan is designed for small teams or individuals supporting up to 10 users for core project management at no cost. So for instance, for context, if your business has less than 10 people, and by using the knowledge you've gotten here, you can use Jira for free forever. Secure for context. If you have a team of 10 and below, and you are okay learning all these things we've been learning, like because that's why I didn't want to use AI. Because with AI now, if you go to real business, AI will be part of the pro plan, which is paid for. But here, things we have done, we are not using AI most of the things. So if you can do these things and have a team of 10 or less people, you can use Jira forever for free. Okay, this is what it means. No credit card to so hey, if I add a credit card, no. So ability, but also with this again, it's not like you can have access to all features. You are limited to number of bots. But of course, they know if you are a small team of 10, that means you do not have access. You do not need to use 100 bots. For what? That's why you need to learn Jira too. Otherwise, you just need how to maximize the resources that you've been given for free before going into the plan. Because at the end of the day, if you're starting as a small business, you pay $10 per user, you find out that your revenue does not match the cost for Jira. Okay. So storage, you are given 2 GB of file storage. This is enough for 10 people. Automation, you're limited to 1,700. These are a lot. Is this free? Because this is too much. But per month, it's not. So automation is like, how many do you run? That's why now, guys, you don't always need an automation unless it's necessary. Otherwise, you'll find out that per month, you're a small business, you're running 2,000 automations for what? Notification, maximum of 20. But this is more than enough, right? So don't get scared that money, of course.
3,000.
So, can the change the additional notifications are posted until the next day? So, it's not like. So, permissions. Every user is a project admin. Advanced permission settings are only available on. So, this is the catch actually. Every user is a project admin. So, no security. Again, the good thing is you're a team of 10.
Yeah.
So
you know each other.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that is your own business. If you work for a big organization, a remote, let's say, project team, you won't incur the cost. They already use Jira. You don't worry about cost. You are the user. But if it's yours, you can even easily know who has done what. So this is also okay. Support. You use community-based support. Here, I use cooperation rather than direct atlassian support. Direct atlassian support. What do? You go, you can contact them directly, and then they come support you as a user. You don't have access to that, but you can use community-based support, which is more than needed, which is more than sufficient. Yeah, you need to just go to the community, then you get your answers. And without a paid plan, you can basically use that. So what else? Anonymous access allows external users to view and create issues without logging in. Useful for collaboration with clients or partners. If you want to partner with other people, you can just allow them as external users instead of inviting them into your team, which would be more money, more users. So this is also good. Let's see limitation. no advanced reporting, analytics, or admin controls, which is okay. For 10 people, you can, if you've learned this, what we have learned, you can basically do that for yourself. You don't need to. Storage, limited storage, of course, because you need 10 people. Why do you need 100 GPs? So ideal use cases. I'm giving you this information because once you go into real world business scenarios, this is what we'll be considering. Solo developers or managing personal projects, small startups testing workflows, teams leading low risk entry point without financial commitment. I think we belong here. Okay. So if you own a big organization, of course you're rich, right? You can pay. Okay. Now that is a wrap up for Jira for now, unless we have questions. Do you understand now the end-to-end life cycle of a Jira project? From start to the dashboard side, and then deciding what plan to use. Are we all set?
I'm asking like a question myself. Maybe I need to leave and support community. At the end of, like at the closure of the project, can I be able to summarize the key tasks we completed for this project?
Summary.
Like run a summary from the beginning to the project end, so that I can visualize the key tasks we completed. I think I need to explore.
So you've actually visualize. So dashboard. So at the end, you can see, you can set up, for instance, there you can see what I would be interested in, what projects have been done throughout the project, which ones were stuck. Okay? So that is the dashboard. You can basically set it up. To update, so at the project end, you just view a dashboard because it was updated itself. You can see now at the end of the project which project has stalled, sorry, which task has stalled, which one was taking along, which user was taking a long time to deliver. You can see all that report in the dashboard. Anyone else? I don't know if anyone else has a question regarding Jira. I believe let's all agree that we can use Jira in business. Of course, if we decide to, if we see that it's something that we need.
Dan,
Yes.
sorry to say that. I actually had a question regarding the dashboards. So there is no relationship between automation and dashboard. No relationship. And then regarding the naming of the dashboard, the previous activity that we've been doing and how to create a dashboard, the process.
Oh, the process.
Yeah, the process.
Okay.
And the name of the project and something, which is the description.
Okay. The dashboard. Yeah. So first of all, it's not like between automation and dashboard, there is no relationship. It is there, but what automation, the output of automation impacts the dashboard, right? It does the background work, then sometimes the output can be shown on the dashboard. I can be directly connected to your Gambo. If I don't do an automation, I want to the dashboard. Yeah. Automation, depending on the action that you've done, can be reflected on. So on creating the dashboard, you come here, you have your working project or the work space. You're here. You have here something called dashboards. For instance, I have these dashboards: Data Plus project, Data Plus you can view all dashboards. So here you create, if you want to create a new dashboard, you click on this plus sign. Then the name, you name it.
The name of the dashboard, what you suggest the name of the project?
No, this is a dashboard, but the best thing as a good practice, you can call it, you can give it the same name of the project and maybe add dashboard. Why? Because when you have so many projects, you might be looking into a dashboard for a different project. So you can, it's just a naming convention that is good. So you also add description to make sure that even someone who sees that dashboard and know the project that it is related to. So how long will you remember here? This sound right. So we are done. So we are no longer here. We are on the dashboards. We won't be looking into the dirty work. Now you come here. You can also, as you see, you can integrate this with Outlook or Gmail, and you look into. So for instance, I've downloaded it as a calendar format. If I open this, I can do what? I view it into my Outlook. Okay. I can import this calendar into my Outlook, but I already imported it. Instead, I can enable it here. As you can see, I can have my work items here, okay, from Jira, right? Also, I can click it, so there are no details, or it has also the deadline, extra. Okay, yeah, I think that's all. So, yeah, you can also, you've seen how you can do using your mobile apps, view just the dashboards without carrying your computer, maybe your field or your mission.
What?
Yes.
No, when you create the dashboard, I'm almost to go to create to visualize it.
So let's create it. How do you remember how it's done?
Yeah.
You just, okay. It's private. This you can, it opens. Here is where you can add what is called a gadget, like your charts. Okay, this is good. So if you want to add a chart, you can drag and drop or click new gadget to search for all the gadgets. If you need a pie chart, do this, you can see all the charts here. And then you add it here. For instance, if I add a bubble chart, but you need to first know what you want to visualize, because the dashboard, the main purpose of a dashboard is to summarize your information in graphics. So you do not have to have 100 graphics. So for instance, our layout has four canvases, okay? Let me delete this, okay? You can also change, so ideally, for me, I would love to have like 4. It should be a summary, but you can add more, and you can change layout. Okay? So depending on your experience and what you really need, you can tailor that to it. Alex.
Yes.
So let's call it Jira, right? And take an 8-minute break until 8:40, 12:40. Then we'll take the next 20 minutes. I kept it 20 because it's not a difficult. It's not a difficult tool. Then I'll show it to you. Then we'll practice it after lunch, right? So let's take a 10-minute break. Then we'll be back.
The
Can we have a deal?
If there are money behind that,
Eh?
if there is a kind of money behind that.
Of course.
We have money.
Rero
We are
suggestinze nijoro.
discussing, discussing about money.
Manuel,
Yes, please.
good.
So far, so good.
As an HR or someone, you or a business person, you receive a lot of emails. So it takes all those emails, one of these use cases. You can take all those emails, you build a workflow that extracts out. Okay. So it reads all those emails, then it generates you, let's say, a summary. Okay. So if, for instance, people apply online, okay, they attach their CVs on your email. There are thousands of them. You set a criteria and it reads the email, say qualifications, a master's degree, GPA of 8, blah, blah. Connects to ChatGPT, then it reads all that information and you say, select people who meet this criteria, just fetches and it selects, it shortlists like 10 people that have that fulfill the criteria. Okay. You can also, if you're a manager, for instance, you receive a lot of emails. For instance, that's just an example of that, but you can use it in many use cases. So let's say you receive a lot of emails, you do not get time to read them. What you do, you need a summary of all those emails. Or you tell it to summarize depending on importance. Then you just read the top, just the summary. And you can also, like we did in Monday, you can also tell it, get this summary, then send it somewhere else, right? So we're going to look at it, and we are not now, relax, no push-ups, just prompting. Okay, no Kahoot, no fees, just prompting, and then it works. Then if it doesn't, we just run. So it's called n8n. Follow me here. It's an AI agent. It's this one. n8n.
n8n AI or what?
.io.
IO.
So what it does, it enables building production-ready AI agents that integrate with multiple LLMs. You remember LLMs, like ChatGPT, OpenAI, Claude, Gemini, Hugging Face, with local and even local models via OLAP. So local models is those that you have. So I was just reading the description. It's not like, okay. But so it's basically you create a workflow, just like we're doing in Make. Okay. Then for it easily, even Make does, but for it easily integrates with its inherent use, its primary use is connecting you to large language models, and it gives you summary. Okay. So we are not going to look into this, but instead we are going to go onto the website of that. So also open your ChatGPT because you are going to prompt it. I think I have such a prompt. So I'm going to first show you. So once you're here, are you all here? Go back to search n8n. And just search for this. No need of adding this way.
Get started.
Everyone is here? Yeah, you can. Just click. So get started for free or get started. So I get started for free. Yeah, just you put your email. So sends you a code. Just put your email. Sends you a verification code. Click get started for free. Add your email. Not necessarily your work email.
Send the email.
Yeah. Why can't I see my email? Your email, have you received the code?
Yes.
I don't know what's that yet. Let me check if it's. Mwabonye nuza. Have you got the verification code, everyone?
Yes.
Once you're finished, once you're done, you can add your name. Just like on Jira, when you add your name, you are you don't need. Name, just add your name. Are we all able to log in? Okay. So it has, are we all able to set up? Are we all able to set up the account? Are we?
Not yet.
The size of the company.
Not yet.
Just fill whatever you want.
Beyond the size of the company.
Just fill 5 to 10, whatever. Anything. Feeling. Don't, some people are already logged in. Don't prompt it a lot. Don't prompt it. I'll show you how you can do it, okay? You can see there is an AI. No, wait. AI. First wait. Oh, you connect, okay. You can connect to AI. You can, yes, okay. If I want us to be there after that, I want us to go to everyone. That survey just fill anything. But mostly we are going to use C. You can select C as well. Why not want this base? So just choose one. Don't invite anyone, just skip. If they ask you to invite people. So are we all set? Are we set?
We are working on the evaluation.
Okay. So when we are set, it's about, so you can see, for me, I want to create. So I believe we are all set up with setting up the accounts, right?
So you select area of this. You see the marketing sales and production. So you choose what you want. So you know about no problem.
So I'm trying to create.
Setting up.
I'm trying to create a brand new account. It's not working. But I already have one, so I wanted us to follow along, but okay.
Out.
Time is Okay, we already have our account set up, right? So this, it has its own AI integrated, right? But what we are going to do, we are going to be using prompting. So it's taking a lot of time. Okay. So what you do, start automating. So you remember the use case we want. You receive emails, right? You receive emails as an HR or what? So we are going to create an automated workflow that reads the attachments to the emails. Then it downloads the CVs, for instance. It reads through the CVs. You set criteria. Just now, let's say, shortlists people, or it returns you a summary of the top, maybe best performing students, right? So number one, what will we do? As you can see, as I told you, they are giving us 14 days of trials. After that, you need to upgrade it. Okay. So here you can see you can now start by connecting to your AI. But for now, we're going to build a workflow. Okay. How are we going to build?
Maybe the first box is saying one life them.
Sorry? Sorry?
I was saying that what you were saying is not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Where you have connected to your AI, for me, I have learned I like them, but it's fine.
You have built the workflow.
Yeah.
So let's use its AI. Okay. The AI part, the chat.
I'll bring it up from the.
No. Let's just now connect to its chat directly, okay, and see how it works. But for now, you see, we are given. So we are given when they say 14 days. Okay, reka dusubire inyuma, sibyo? We are here.
Yes.
Okay. You can either do this, build a workflow. If I click build, I'm going to click and go back. If I click build a workflow, it will bring the canvas, then ask me to build with AI. Or I can come to AI chat and then I prompt it. So if you clicked on build workflow, come here, and so this is manually, this is with AI. But with AI, as you've seen, we have 14 days, but we also you are given credits. You are given, like Momuri make, you are given 1,000 credits. What does that mean? As you do AI, as you run an automation, it consumes your credits. Okay, so that's why I do not want us to, for now, use this AI. Instead, we are going to ChatGPT and give it a prompt. So this is the prompt I gave it. Logo iteration to ChatGPT.
And you
Go over.
No, I want everyone to craft their own prompt. Right? We all learned prompting. The more copies, eh?
Go over in the chat GPT, something or.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me share it with you. Yeah. Let me share it with you. But basically, you remember I am building an AI workflow with AI. I want to be able to receive and download CSVs. You can see it's specific. Now back to the basics of prompting.
Yeah.
Download CSVs from my email, then analyze them based on my criteria. I wrote criteria, but it's okay. Then submit my feedback on EA. Yeah, I'm looking for, this should be Gmail. I'm looking for an AI architect, so the CV analysis should consider things like experience, studies, certifications, rate the applications, so I can know who performed best, extract from Gmail, analyze emails, format feedback email, and send it email via Gmail. So there's a lot of email Gmail. I just wanted to be. So maybe this is not the best prompt. Maybe you're better than, you can build better prompts than this. I hope you understand. So help create a 10-word prompt I can use in n8n for automation. Why? So we are asking ChatGPT for a prompt. So once it gives us a prompt, instead of going to n8n consuming our credits by just writing poor prompts, Chat AI gives us a proper prompt. This is why I'm not wondering about this. I'm not stressing over this. Instead, to give me a proper prompt. After giving me a proper prompt, then you use that prompt to use it to n8n. Okay, let me
that to be given by AI.
Oh, I consume my. Okay, yeah, no worries.
So that
No. Instead, okay, yeah. So I actually, it has given me the prompt.
You can give us the prompt on WhatsApp, so you don't have to.
Yeah. So, Aliko, you understand how it's done? We're using ChatGPT to give me a proper prompt. Then I copy it.
yes.
I tell it to n8n. I come here. Sorry.
We are not seeing
On this.
So that's also a good technique. When you have few prompts, like few credits, it's better you first craft the prompts from other AIs like ChatGPT, and you go there when you have a finished prompt. Finished product prompt.
Yeah. This is the reason we are using ChatGPT.
Efficiently.
Yeah, efficient.
Asking one question, asking another question should have mentioned about consuming many credits.
Yeah, it consumes many credits. So that's why I'm going to share you the output.
Yes.
But the prompt is not shared.
Yeah, I'm going to share it. Sorry. So if you look to WhatsApp, it has given me a proper prompt. So time is, let's just look into what the prompt gives us, then we will make it work after the break, okay? Yeah, I don't want people to see my chats. Give me a second, I do what? Just look into WhatsApp, not on my screen. Yeah, so use that one. Okay, use that one. Use that one. Prompt, let me show. Have you seen where we put it in n8n? Okay, you tell it build with AI, okay? Are we all here? Click build with AI, then put your prompt here. So we are trying to economize our credits. So you can see with AI, you know what is a prompting, you can basically get AI to help you. Yes.
So when you build this automation, they are already built, you're not building something new. And 14 days are over. Does it disable everything?
Let's first build. The catches, as I showed you on Jira, I'll show you the good things with this, then I show you the catches. Because as we are all business people, we deal with business. You will have to pay. So we'll see what happens after the 14 days, okay? And how you can, of course, you can bypass all that. But the best thing is just pay, okay? So let's paste our prompt here. Then pick it and see AI working. So of course, you need to look into the prompt and see whether it's what you want. But for now, let's assume we all want the same thing. We are the same person. So what it does, it builds everything for you. You are sure. But then it's magic. So are we all good here? Okay, so it first gives you the plan. Okay? Make sure that you should. This workflow monitors your Gmail for candidate application, extracts and analyzes CV content using AI to score candidates against AI architect criteria. So the position is AI architect. And output structured JSON with scores, recommendation, and personalized feedback. Trigger runs automatically when a new email arrives in. That's the trigger. When a new emails arrive, extract text from any attached CSV files, PDF docs, that's your CV, your cover letter, then analyzes the email body and CV content, scoring the content across all 5 criteria. Experience, 40% education, 15% certification, 15 technical skills, 15 project impact or leadership, 15. Now you've set your criteria. AI generates a complete candidate assessment, including strength, gaps, hiring recommendations, strong hire, and personalized 150-word feedback email to the candidate. Output is formatted as JSON containing all required fields, candidate name, email, score, ranking, blah, blah. Notes, the workflow outputs JSON only and does not automatically send, or does not yet. You need to add a Gmail. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to auto-reply, to candidates, for now, that's not working. So Gmail trigger must have a download attachment enabled and simplified to set false access. Okay. Now I believe it's okay. Let's implement it now. It's implementing. So you can see so it has finished. So it needs new candidate email and open. So it needs access to my Gmail to read the candidate's email, and also it needs open AI GPT file. So what I'm going to do is create new Gmail credential.
Where do we click?
Have you seen
On the icon.
here, execute and refine?
Okay.
Then click new, create new Gmail credential. Then it,
So when you click on
sorry?
so when you hover over execute and refine, it doesn't really allow you to because I think complete the steps above before executing. Where do you take
when do we have this?
the icon
Yeah, inside that.
We have like that.
I have execute one.
Where we had it active is in the other side.
Yes, here.
You just have to allow Gmail to work.
Yeah.
To connect it to your Gmail. Do we go to that icon here?
The message
You
says
click
missing
on
credentials.
it.
Yes.
I'm missing credentials.
Yeah. When you click there,
Sign
on the execute and yeah, sign. So click it, it gives you sign.
So you mean the bottom? I think you lost us somewhere.
So
Click
when
without us knowing.
no, when it told me execute and refine, it told me. Oh yeah. So for me, I came. It brought this pop up. I enabled it. I enabled Gmail, connected it to Gmail. Did you receive a different? But you can. Let me see. Okay, sign in. So
You see?
Urawana AI, we use the same prompt, but it brought us. Yeah, allow it. Just a minute. Yeah, allow it. First sign in. Don't execute workflow. Can you see that you need to connect? If you execute it fail, you're consuming your. I can also. Don't execute workflow. Just assign. First connect it to your account. Don't execute workflow. Just wait for us. First connect it. The logic is, the logic is, it goes to your Gmail and reads, downloads, then sends the file. So before going there, it needs access to Gmail. And it cannot give itself access, you need to allow it. That's the first mistake.
So suppose I'm not using email. I'm receiving those savings through the organization email.
Maybe Outlook.
Outlook or
That means you change the prompt because you specifically told it has the connected to Outlook, but you need to change the prompt and tell it go to Outlook. Okay, so for some people it's already working. Okay. I want to skip this. So here, we are all connected to Gmail. Okay? So ideally, you connect it to your OpenAI model because you need to give it access to ChatGPT to use ChatGPT to analyze the CVs. Okay? But for now, are we all here? Have we managed to add Gmail? So add new OpenAI chat model. If you, for those who are already connected, fine. Just follow here. Okay, click here. Now, Utihud, don't go on API keyword. We are going to use free credits given by this platform.
Have you started to execute?
No, just follow here. Okay? If you execute and you consume your credits, just are we all, can you see this page? We are trying to connect it to ChatGPT. Okay, so ideally, or after today's session, you connect it to ChatGPT. This is what we mean API key, what. But for now, we are not going into creating API keys. API keys help you to access your ChatGPT account so that it uses your ChatGPT. And that means you need a paid ChatGPT. You get? So don't do this for now. But if you see that it's helpful, that's why they do this. They give you free credits to use. If you find that it's useful, then you need to pay for ChatGPT to use it. For now, we are using free credits. So claim credits. They give you 100 credits. That means if you consume them and they finish, you'll need to connect to your ChatGPT account. Okay, so what do these credits do? Okay, what do these credits do? These credits are for ChatGPT. What do? They also pay for them, for you to try. So what they do is, they are the ones that are in the analyzer. If you see the workflow, they read because it's AI that reads the documents. It scans and reads. So through that scanning, it consumes credits for OpenAI. Okay?
What if those credits are finalized before you read all?
If you read a lot of documents, of course they could be finished. So you need to use your actual ChatGPT and pay. You cannot, this is advanced, that's why. But for now, let's claim this 100 free credits. So we are done, continue. Okay? Yes, Ben.
In a different scenario, it might not be CVs. Let's say some reports that you always receive. So here we're talking about CVs, but we are, or not all of us are in HR.
And for instance, you may have a kind of tender. Some people submitted their tenders, then you want to select the best.
Yes. Select the best. There are tools. You get? So this is the workflow. But where it's, for instance, if I have that, I could also choose, for instance, to use Notebook LM. I have got it. But the challenge with Notebook LM and to your application This is a workflow automation. So you need to do something after that. You need to also write an email to do something after that. Okay? So that's why this is an ideal thing in that application. As I told you, this is just an example for us, but you can, where you need to get documents, read them, and then apply. And then do something else. If you do not want to automate something, maybe it's just for your personal use, Notebook LM is very free. You can do that, but you can't do the next step of, you cannot build, and that is not a workflow, that is yours. Okay? If you want to build a bigger workflow, this is where you need this.
And for Notebook LM, you can connect it to your drive. Like the source can be your drive. So once the emails come with the applications, CVs, they go in your they become a source. And when you ask like a summary of applicants or a summary of that source, gives you the summary.
Yeah. But what happens if you want now to change to send email? Yeah, as a reply. Notebook LM stops. You go here. Yes,
okay. I'm imagining different scenarios when you're in a position where you're supposed to be always, let's say you're an administrative assistant, you're always receiving email. People are sending an email to the boss, but then you're the one who is supposed to read and forward. And I also reply. In our previous automation, you could just reply that you have seen the email and you're following up. It becomes an automation of reception. Then here we are having a chance of having an automation of even taking action. So if you do that automation, I'm worried that it might send a reply that you don't want it to send. Does it make sense?
But again, it will require like you analyze the message that has been like received, then the automation could read the message and suggest an accurate
reply.
If
that is the case, then okay. Then replying on your behalf. Very good.
But sometimes you can reply on your behalf. Like for example, let me say like in this HR, sometimes they disqualify you without reading it. They see you don't have the criteria they have, they disqualify you.
Time. Yeah, so of course, if you have 1,000 applications, can you read them?
No.
Just okay. So let's complete this. Okay. So before executing, what I'm going to show you, for you, memories. What I'm going to show you is I'm going to send to apply, because you can test it here. Let me test. So instead of executing flow, which will consume result credits, I'm going to test just this one, this step, execute step. I see if it's green. It's green. I test this. It's failing. Why? Invalid PDF structure. So it's trying to, it's okay. It's not extracting. Good question. That's why it's not file image. Oh, maybe I got, I was having a new, it read an image. So, but it's okay, it is working. Let me test this one. Invalid PDF structure. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply. How? I'm going to use this other email, then compose, then to this, okay? Then I set application for AI architect position. Then I say here, HR, please find my CV attached for the application for AI architect position. So what I do, I attach my CV. Let me see if I have it. Okay, let me add a resume video. Okay, so I am applying. Let me check if the application has come via my different email. Okay, it's here. Application for AI architect. So I am receiving. I'm the HR. I'm receiving the application. Okay. So what it does, I'm going to run the automation. Now assume you have so many applications, hundreds. So what I do, I come here. Of course, you can schedule it. Okay. But now I'm going to execute it and see what happens. So it's fading somewhere on the last. Let's see. So maybe, yeah. Let me see how this it's okay. Let me see the output. So it has read. Can you see it has read? It has read the attachment I added. This is its name. So this is working. Okay. Now the problem. Let me see what's happening. You can ask AI. So maybe now that you can see how, so I've read the document. The analyzer is the one that is not currently working. So we are going, it's already 1:30.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go for lunch. Now for you, you will come and try, receive applications, then run the workflow, then we see where the problem is together. But we will first use mine to try not to consume everyone's credits, okay? Okay.
Easier, I mean.
Yeah.
You don't have to construct anything. You just want and you have to.
Hello. Are we on the same place? We're going for the short lunch break, 1 hour lunch break. But if anybody starts,
Sorry, I don't know why they. So we okay. We're here, right? So we have this. Okay. New candidate email is a trigger, correct? Extract CV, text, correct? Then analyzer, okay? Then assessment schema, which assesses your candidates, right?
So should we go
So-
with you?
No, so here, if you have this, you have all this. You are going to first test. To test a node, these are nodes. To test a node, instead of running it, executing the whole workflow here, don't do this, okay? Don't click here. Instead, hover over one of the nodes and click this part. It says execute step. We are testing each step instead of first running it, the whole workflow. Does it turn green? Yeah. Go to this Gmail and click here. It says execute step. If it says green, it does green, no error, it means it's working. Then go to the second, extract CSV text. It's also working. And
Says problem is not extract CV text.
so you have an error. You have an it says text structure.
That is PDF structure.
Okay. It's working. So what we are going to do, your error?
Well, you do not have that tick.
Sorry?
You don't have that green tick.
Green.
Yeah, that green tick.
Okay, to test it well, do you have a sample CV of yours? Do you have a sample CV of yours for testing? You can send it to your email. The email you said. You did. It read the CV. Okay, then if you uploaded, assume you are applying, then it should read. So as a way of testing, try to apply on your email and send a sample CV, or even, although it's not a good example, you can use any PDF, any short PDF, like a one-page PDF document. Sorry?
Maybe you can start.
No, just apply. Like send a PDF to your.
To like any people
No, so okay, before we went for lunch, we had put our prompt using n8n. The prompt we got from ChatGPT, we uploaded it here for it to build this workflow, okay? So everyone had this.
Yes. That's annoying.
Whether it's working or not, but at least you had uploaded here, you have this. You uploaded it, okay? So those who are stuck, where are they stuck? I want to know.
Only we are seeing that the workflow is like that, but it's not green like this. And there's not.
That's okay. Is anyone behind where we are now? Let's say, what's that? So everyone has uploaded the prompt and they have everyone has this, whether it's working or not. We have this, right? We have this.
Yes.
So to test it, you're going to test this. You're going to first try because it needs the source. So send a PDF document to your email. Because the way it's working, it needs to read data from a new email. Simuvyumva? Eh?
For me, it is now marking green.
Yeah.
I'm asking myself, why is it still saying it's one item? Why I sent 2 items? I submitted 2 CVs.
Yeah. You submitted 2 CVs?
Yes, but there it is still saying that it's one item.
Okay. Yeah. You know why? It's this setting. It reads read email and read emails only. Now because you read it, so try to mark it read and read in your Gmail too. So you can either change here, say unread and read emails, or mark it as unread. You go to Gmail as a shortcut instead of wasting your. You see this is already read.
Yes.
I can come here and mark as unread. If you mark it as unread, it will read it. It's because of that setting. Have you seen it? Or you say unread and read emails. Sibyo?
Yes.
Okay. So everyone is here. Ariko, that is tricky. That is tricky. No. What have you changed here, or you changed it to unread?
I don't change anything because it was still unread.
It was still unread.
Because I didn't open the email.
Mm-hmm. But it cannot read it.
I imagine that because after sending the email, and I trying to analyze, it marked green. The email I sent as Word document, I deleted that. Then it also marked as green.
So the one you sent in Word, you deleted.
Actually, first of all, I submit an email in PDF, and it marked green. I sent the second email with a Word document. Then it didn't mark as green. I deleted that second email. I sent the third one, which is PDF. It marked green again.
That's the way it's supposed to be. system is supposed to work. Okay. So is there anyone who is not on this step? Since I think we are not on the same page. Some people are.
nabonye profesa dr S70 wigisha muri bitanu kama bitanu yakoze wede Are you stressed?
So most of us, we are extracting the PDF. We are Okay. Is everyone okay with reading the email extracting CV text for now, before we debug this other step?
No.
Eh?
Extracting CV test is not
Are we okay?
is not
Is everything green in this icon of Gmail and extract for everyone?
No, extract is not green for me.
I'm wondering those who still have a problem with that.
Me too. It's not green.
Hari abantu batarabona green hano muri utu twa mbere tubanza?
Yego.
Barahari.
Turahari.
Sorry?
Ndahari.
Extract is green.
Green tick. Ayo. But it's also not failing. So the reason, reba kurikira gutya turebe. Fungura kuri your site. Double click Gmail. For those whose workflow is not showing an error, but it's also not sticking green. Have you sent your email? Like, have you tried to apply? Can you tell me the subject of your email? Your heritage. Subject. Yitwa CV, subject in CV. So if you look here in the settings, double click Gmail. what's in here. Double click Gmail, go to parameters. Do. Double click. Then go hano yitwa search filters. What does it say? Has. Harimo attachment, parentheses, subject. Nako attachment, subject. Okay, remove everything and use has attachment. That means it will look, it is a filter. That is a filter. For you, it is filtering. Or you can also add or subject. So it is, for me, it is looking for anything that has an attachment in PDF format. That means even if I apply, even if I receive something not related to an application, but it's a PDF, the workflow will read it. Okay, but you can add a condition and say maybe it should also have an attachment, but also subject should contain something like application.
Is that a reason some companies, while they are hiring, they suggest the subject title,
Exactly.
the format of the attachment, so that they can do
Very good question. And the answer is yes. So for us here, we can add and say has attachment, but subject should also be application for this position. So for that, to enable this workflow to read exactly just applications, because you receive a lot of emails. So to get only that, you tell the candidates that, or they fill a form, or you tell them use this subject. That means anything that is not under that subject won't be read in the workflow. So you're automatically disqualified. Yeah, that's a good question. Because if I do it like this only, this is a simple filter. That means everything sent to me that has an attachment as PDF, it will read it. And then it will read it like an application. So, byakunze, Alexi. Eh? Byakunze. Okay, for now, koresha attachment gusa. Okay. So do we have green on the first two? All of us? Email and extraction. So for those, I'm going to work with those who have green, but maybe have errors here, right? Okay, so what you are going to do, for me, I've deactivated this, okay, so that it doesn't cause a lot of errors, like meanwhile.
How did you deactivate?
Okay, you come here, there is a
Switch.
Yeah, something like a switch. I don't know what's hover over here, urabona something like a switch. I don't know, maybe it's because it's running. I'm doing a few edits, but hover over that, there's something like a small switch. Then click on it. Wakabonye. Wakabonye.
Oya, kana kahise.
Okay, so for me now, so what I've done, so we are going to be using now AI. Just let's use that AI feature. Hano rwose umuriro urimo kunkubita. Hariya. So, okay, I'm going to use AI.
Yes.
I want to fix it using AI. You can try to debug it using its AI, and you see. Now I've already added a lot of things I don't want to. So you can try to, I'm trying to debug it using the AI part because the output is becoming a bit complex. So you can also, for instance, if you tell it, fix the node. So this is called the node. Node 1, node 2, node 3, node 4, node 5, okay? So what I'm telling you, so the workflow execution failed node error. So it just checks the error and then refines the node. Don't worry about this. I wanted the workflow to send me the emails of the top 5 performing students, which you can just tell it. I told AI to do so. Nibyo navugaga, don't worry about ariya. Nari nyibwiye nyine ndimo gutrayinga navuga ni can you send me the emails of the top 5 performing students? So I don't want to remove them. I hope instead you can try. But also I'm trying to make sure that the output here, the parser, that means the GPT is running. Sorry, let me work from here so that people online can. So the GPT here, here it is coming and reading the emails. Then it extracts candidate info. Then here, the GPT reads the PDF. Then the parser model, parsing is, it basically looks into the information in your CV. Then it says candidate name, done. Maybe he worked here at this place. He has this number of years of experience. Then it outputs it in a JSON format. You remember JSON format? Okay, the issue, let me read. Okay, so, but the parsing, now it wants to connect the input. For us, if you check here, let me check. It has changed it, okay? For us, we are using generate from example and it auto-generates the example. If you can check, you see names like John Doe, the default names. Okay. So you are trying to matching with information that is in the CV, it doesn't match the expected output. So that's why it is bringing an error. So I've tried, let me first confirm if it works with this AI assisted code, which is better, and see. Let's check if it works. Fingers crossed. irimo gutinda, but it's okay. At least it hasn't failed yet. So if you still, now we are going to use AI instead of trying to. So basically, instead of doing this manually, just prompt the AI. Tries to read.
See this one? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, let me show you. How do you even know that the data you're trying to read has been read? Okay? Kubera ko hari abantu, some people are getting confused, but mu by'ukuri it's because they are not sure how to know what has worked and what has not worked. For instance, here, what is the purpose of this node? This node is used to read an email with any attachment in PDF for me. Okay, that means if it checks green, I should see something red. Not red as in color, an email must be red. For instance, if I open here, okay, you can see attachment. I attached something and it's actually here. You can also, let me download it. You see? Kandi, right? Can you see this? This means it has fetched the email. Okay, that is evidence. Okay. Second, extract candidate info. What does it do? It reads from that email, from that file. It's here. It's already attached. Then it reads. It does a manual mapping, candidate name. It gets the candidate name and the candidate email. Okay. Can you see that? Yeah. Can you see this? In extraction, it has got from my CV, it has got I sent an email, it read the email, the file. Now on the next step, what does extraction mean? It is extracting information from the file it has read. So if you see here, it says candidate name, okay? You can see it has my email and name, my name. This is where GPT, let's see. Are these my correct names? Yes. Okay, so it is extracting my name and my email. But I believe it should also extract, okay, but for now, at least I can see some information is there. So what does this do? So for this one, you don't have this because just prompting, I was trying out, it turned out it brought a lot of nodes. But I want us to, the reason it's getting name and email is because I wanted it to rank all the candidates and then return the top performing candidates by name and email. So on extract, what does this do? This step, it now extracts the CV text. Here it just extracts the info, name and email. Then all the information which is brought here into the analyzer, it analyzes it. Then the other step I added, it aggregates all the candidates. So it comes here, reads Dan's CV, it comes here and analyzes it, it keeps it. Then it again reads another one, gutyo, aggregating here. Okay? Then kagenda splitting up. So let me see why this failed. Your assessments, dear candidate name. Oh, it is okay. I've seen. So here I definitely used AI. So it is splitting the candidate scores. So you can see the output of this. It has scored me. I have total score of 50%, 59%. Okay. Why? Because breakdown, architecture experience, 22, 14. So it has all my scores. Now I should receive. So for me, you can see this is totally AI relevant. Now I want to make sure we get a proper email, proper output. So if I'm not sure, I can come here and ask, what does the last note for Gmail do? So for you, meanwhile, instead of being discouraged and watching, you can also look into where you have an error and then use AI. Oh, sorry. Because we don't want to stress over. You see, now it's very intelligent. It is showing me why. So what my workflow wants to do is, okay, what my workflow wants to do, like be patient enough for a short time, and we make sure that this is working, okay? Then you see, but what it wants to do is, I apply, you apply, so many people apply. The workflow analyzes all our CVs, it ranks us, okay? After ranking us, it picks the top five candidates. Then only those top five, they receive the feedback. Only shortlisted candidates will receive. For it just sends you the feedback. If you're in top five, then it shows you, because now when I look here, I can see the feedback. The problem is now getting back to my Gmail. Okay, so the feedback, let me open here. It has already ranked me. Because it received only one CV candidates, so this is the first candidate. So total score, I have 59 after reading my CV. Simuiwana? Then the candidate scores 59. Breakdown AI architecture experience, I have 22 out of 40. You see? Demonstrate strong data engineering and systems work, secure, scalable, everything. So this is what I actually want in as feedback. You get? Ariko niho, it is not yet connected. You can see strength, strong data engineering, foundation design, secure, strength. It is personalized feedback. Okay? Gaps, limited, explicit, end-to-end. Wow, so the only point that is not working yet is here. If it works, whenever you apply, let me see. Let's check and see whether it actually works. So Hano, we are using purely AI, okay? Nanje, I'm not stressing over looking into what's being done, okay? Still failing. So it has ranking reason. The problem is here. But it should be working, eh? Ah. Okay. Let me send a new email to check. I'm going to send again to apply. Okay, let me wait for the email. So, those who have problems, okay? I want to. Someone else for you. Who else has a problem? After the SS, basically using AI, you don't need to jam it the time you try to Jira manual. Okay, what does really mean? Kugira ngo utaba ko umenye kugira ngo namenye yuko nibwo ushobora kubikora ukora kuri computer kugira icyo kano gakora do Let me show you. Please, let's understand what the nodes aim to achieve. Right? Because these workflows, let's say from IT systems, let's say, there are errors, logical errors. A logical error is an error where the system shows you that it's working green, but it's not actually doing what it's supposed to do. For instance, if you're doing a calculator, okay, and you say 1 plus 1 divided by 0, it says error, okay, because maybe it's infinity. It's not like it's an error. Ariko nukidafata infinity. Ariko nanone at least kwereka error. What if ufashe ngo 100 times 2 ikaguha 1000? Ikaguha igisubizo. Sibikora se? Igisubizo ni cyo se? Wow. So even here, just because it's green doesn't guarantee it's totally working. That's why we need to understand, what does green mean? What do you want to achieve? So for instance, with my workflow, okay? With my workflow, okay? With my workflow, here green means what? I am trying, when a new candidate applies, it extracts their CV. So green means it has extracted the CV. For instance, if I run it and it says green, this means it can extract the CV, and it's here. It has extracted the CV. This one, okay? If you sent me an application, I would see all the applications here. So it's working as expected. Rumva. So extract candidate info. What does this do in my workflow? It extracts the email and the name of the candidate that has applied for future reference. Let's see. Is it working? Let me run it and see if it's working. If it's green, it is green. Let's see what it brings. You can see it has extracted information from here, and it has my email and my name. It's not like my name, the applicant's name. Okay? So for instance, if someone, okay, can someone send me an application? Someone send me just maybe a CV. You can remove many information. Ariko you can send the CV to Karev, okay? So it is working. Extract CV text. What does it do? It reads this CV, extracts the text, and then it starts reading the content of the CV, and it judges it according to the expectations. So if I run it, let me run the whole workflow. Simumva. So every node has what it does. You need to understand what are you trying to do with that node. Hano nashyizemo ibya AI igenda ishyiramo utuntu twinshi. So it shouldn't, it's also confusing me. Ariko, I know that every node, what every node wants to achieve.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does it mean while preparing a CV, you can use AI to help make that CV so that when you put in that n8n, it does have to track the strength in that CV provided by AI?
Yeah. Oh, if you're building your own CV? Yeah, you can. So reba workflow yanje yose irakora. So what is my workflow doing? If you apply and you're among top 5, it emails you with all the information about you. For instance, I applied as a different person to my other email. Let me check if it sent me. So, okay. Dear sir, I was applying here. This is the email I used applying. Now let me see. No, this is the email I sent. Let me see the email I used applying. If I've got feedback. Okay. No, this is S4. iyohereza S4. Iyohereza kuri kamwereke email yohereza iyi. Niyo irimo kugira. Iyi. So, ugiye kuyinyohereza, I run the workflow, undebere ko ikuranking. Ariko nitakura oya use. So hano ariko nagiri bukohereze email kubera yuko iraba ifite score ntoya mbi. Okay, let me change it to make sure that everyone who applies gets feedback. Okay, I can come here and use AI. Okay, are we following? We don't need to understand everything here, but we need to understand, first of all, before you do a workflow, you need to understand your goals. Then, after having your goal, you just put it in AI as a prompt. It gives you, if you see it's not working, you go back to AI. Okay, that's all. That's basically all. So let me change it and say, hey, I want to make sure that every applicant gets feedback with their score and strength gaps analysis, not just top 5 candidates. Turebe ko kuko Onesphore niyohere, if they send a CV that is not related to this job, they will just reject him. Okay, and maybe it can tell them rejected all shortlisted at least, so that once you apply it automatically. So let's see. Here we are totally using AI, so it will be a bit complex, the workflow, but at least we check if it is working. Okay. One of the things when we were starting the first class, one of the things we saw was the black hole. Sometimes you just get the answers. If it's very complicated, you cannot know why, but at least it's working. So let's wait for it to make sure that it communicates to every applicant. No, we start applying and see what happens. So you can see it's working. Meanwhile, you can also try to correct issues using AI, okay? I'm not better than AI. So it's ready to be executed. To send feedback, okay. Now let me see if I've received it on this fall. Not yet. Ako by the way, ndumva iya mbere. Okay, nanjye hariyo nohereje. Let's see what happens, okay? If we get our feedback, because it says the workflow is working as expected. So this is the beauty of AI. You don't need sometimes to understand. So let's first make sure that it works. And then let me check. It's not this one. So you can see for me, it sent me feedback. Thank you for applying for the AI architect position and sharing your background. Your strong data engineering foundation experience building and applied for this specific app. We prioritize extensive production ML architecture experience end-to-end. At this stage, we feel there are gaps demonstrated in blah, 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 blah. Your assessment score is recommendation, reject. You see, it has rejected me.
In seconds.
Yeah. I applied, it gave me an update.
Yeah, so you get rejected just 1 minute after.
Correct.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I was asking myself because I submitted the CV subject was the CV, but it was not really the CV. It was a PDF document.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure an applicant can say, I meet these requirements, while it is not.
In the CV?
You can, let's say, the requirements maybe for a position, they can say maybe it should be a holder of bachelor degree in software engineering, for example.
Muri CV?
Yes.
Yes.
Job requirements. Then someone who is not an engineer in software development, maybe in IT information, I don't know. In CV, he mentions that so that he meets the requirements of the system. Okay? He says, I'm a software engineer. And the document, of course, will not meet. Does the system, can it be able to go in the academic document and check whether
that's a
it
good
meets
point.
the requirement? Because the requirement, maybe you can set
Muri CV, you lie on the CV.
Yes, you lie on the CV.
Yeah.
And I'm sure people lie on that and they pass to another step. Maybe in the validation before the appointment, they realize that this and so they do not meet requirements. Why they took so much time recognizing that they are still in normal way.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Anesfall has applied. Okay, the answer is yes. How can it do that? It's using GPT. So what GPT does, it reads, so you can configure it to read all documents. Of course, this is how it's working. If you attach, so in the application, they will tell you, attach your CV, attach your certificates
for
experience. Okay. And here, Nureba, it is also ranking certificates.
Yes.
Okay. It is ranking certificates. So maybe it did not show on each stage, but I believe on certificates I have like 0 because in the CV there are certificates.
Yes.
So what it does, it reads all the attached documents.
Okay.
Then maybe in the workflow you can tell it, now compare what's on CV and what's on the actual. Then
the evidences.
Yeah. So you say priority evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. It will do it. So Onesfall has applied. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to run, because this is not automatically run, I'm running it manually. But of course you can schedule it to run maybe after whenever someone applies, or maybe after the deadline, get rolling out the decisions automatically. So let me see what happens.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Just for the sake of not maybe reject, because there are times where I'm just imagining, there are times where you would find that in all the applications you receive, they don't entirely have everything you
want, but some are very close to what you want. So when you use the system, it might reject everything.
Sure.
So maybe it would be better to put in some tolerance, minimum requirements, so that everyone that doesn't have those minimum requirements goes out, and then you remain with
document
that you can select.
Those are, that is admin, like, it's like policy. You say, okay, maybe we can tolerate, so that
say this is necessary, but this is absolute requirement.
Yes.
But I think when you have like your requirement is to have someone who has CPU. Then when someone has ACCA apply, and you know that it is the ACCA is more valuable,
It's a
high than CPU. Then you can reject the ACCA. Why you should be
Because you are looking for
CPA when you are setting specified that you need CPA. I think the system is not. I cannot say that it can comply 100%, but the way you say or you do programming, it is in that way it can make the analysis of the document.
I think this could be one first important interaction you have with ChatGPT before you get a concrete prompt to take into conversation. Because even you might realize that one of the applicants is almost completing the CPA. And this person is technically
I believe that's something you can. So first of all, when you're going to do these workflows, you first decide on what you want to achieve before building. So in those decisions, you can say, maybe cancel. But usually what they do, instead of focusing on what you can tolerate, they set minimum standards. If you don't have this, automatically reject. Then the tolerance comes during the interviews, person interviews, where because someone might be having very good papers, but they are in this field.
Sure.
I think you can request for the system to categorize, like someone who need like a staff computer, like project management. There is other who complete like PMD Pro. Also, it is a program management also, project management. For me, I did PMD Pro. Someone who applied for project management, we found that is totally rejected according to the requirement you set in the system. Better, you can categorize. You can request the system to categorize different applications according to their level of study. Then after categorizing, then you can choose what you are requiring that the candidate can qualify for that position.
But according to what you were mentioning, for me, I see that what is most important is what you agree on as management before even you start automating this. Because whatever you agree, this can be accommodated in this. It can be accommodated.
So for instance, in your example, during prompting, you can set criteria. PMP 5 out of 5. The other certificates
5 divided by 5 is 1.
Okay. You get it? So, and then it runs. If it sees that you have PMP, it gives you 5. If you see that you have a master, it gives you 5. If you see that you have another project management other PMP, it gives you 4 out of 5, and the master's to 5. So you get 9 out of 10, the other one gets 10 out of 10.
Sure.
So it first move analysis, first management decision, set your criteria, then just put in AI, then prompt it, it just sets for you everything. But of course, at the end of the day, there are decisions that are taken by
Sure.
which also is
like
another layer.
characters,
But at least you have like 5 people, then you need to choose based on character.
I think Lloyd, for organizations, this is really helpful because you're reducing weeks of viewing.
Sure.
Just minutes.
Sure.
The hiring is very smooth. What you need to do
Can be even cost effective to pay subscription on ChatGPT and this rather than to make short listing of more than 2,000 people.
Yeah, well,
in the government, even there are cases, even 500 apply for one position. It's so difficult.
And you really are with human error and frustration, you
sure.
have high risk of rejecting someone.
Sure. You can miss a qualified candidate. Sure.
Okay, let's receive a few applications and then see whether it's time. Okay. So seems the more time goes, the more interesting it gets. But yeah, so the bottom line here is, please don't stress over you don't understand here. Just use your AI. Gives you a result. Just first know what you need. And then set your criteria. Then you know the output. How do you judge that it's working? It's because you're getting the correct output. The how, don't care. What we care about is the why, the output. Okay? So if you see reds, don't be discouraged. Just use AI. It helps you fix it. After that, you see if you can get the correct output.
Can you share some notice which can guide?
Yeah.
I prefer that you can share a lot. And sometime when we are closing the session, when we are doing like capstone, they can be like a guide where you can complete the capstone and also learn your output.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. We'll upload in the LMS the notes and the slides for everything, and also other links that can help you read further, just in case. But number one is practice for the notes. Okay. Yeah, let's conclude from here. You can test it on your own workflows, okay? You can try. You can even try more. You can go to ChatGPT and ask it, what are use cases of n8n? It's not about HR only. Then it can give you ideas. It also helps you to implement them. As simple as that. Okay, thank you, everyone. This was a very good and long day, but I believe it was an interesting one. Because we even forgot to take breaks. We're adding extra minutes, okay? Yes, so thank you. People online, thank you so much.
Thank you to Dan.
Yeah, we were tired from the week, but again, I think, okay, maybe they are hearing me. Yeah, but I think it was interesting. Most for me, the afternoon, when because we realized that make.com, Jira, some of this you just prompt and you have everything, and then you fight with correcting some mistakes in between, but then this thing can be automated. Yeah, so today we focused on 2 tools. Basically, because we wanted to have the last day as easy as possible. No automations, no the crazy stuff that makes you feel tired. Tomorrow we are going to be doing simple stuff like when we can I say the second day? Did we start make on the second day. The
Yeah.
clothes and everything. So we are going back in the same category of tools, which is easy. Like for a while, I haven't been using a tool for paraphrasing. I've been using it and actually got better. So tomorrow we are going to be doing those paraphrasing tools, note taking tools. Like we are in a meeting and we are supposed to take notes from the meeting. Yes. Oh yeah. Sorry, I had forgotten. Removing watermarks from. Remember last time we did gamma, but we went home without removing watermark.
No, notebook.
So we did not do gamma. So really forgive me. We are mixing two different trainings at the same time. So at some point, me personally, I can't remember what we covered and what we haven't covered. But yes, we're going to work on gamma tomorrow. It's okay. What is gamma? It's a tool that helps in doing PowerPoint presentations, and it has a lot of strength that outperform Notebook, LM, and Claude. When you look at visuals that it makes, yes. So we can work on it tomorrow because you can download it as PowerPoint presentation. Gamma
Alpha,
as
beta, gamma.
Gamma as double M. Yeah, we are going to explore it tomorrow, and I think you're going to like it. It's impressive when you look at the kind of PowerPoint presentations it makes. And the visuals. I used it for a long time. So we're going to work on it tomorrow. And any other tool. So we have to leave tomorrow this place when our heads, I mean our team's heads, when it comes to AI, are empty. So nothing that we know will not have shared by then. Yeah. So see you tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m. We do some interesting stuff. And the gifts are for tomorrow. They're always on the last day, not Saturday. Thank you.
Wow.